Council meeting of the City of Half Moon Bay on Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Burback.
Here.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Penrose. Here. Mayor Reddick.
Here.
You have a quorum.
So just a few housekeeping to start. This meeting will be held entirely by teleconference. This meeting is being conducted via Zoom webinar, and live Spanish interpretation will be available within the Zoom platform. Members of the public are welcome to log into the webinar as attendees. During any public comment portions, attendees may use the raise your hand feature and will be called upon and unmuted when it is their turn to speak. The meeting will also be streamed on Channel 27 on Pacific Coast TV and on Facebook at facebook.com/City of Half Moon Bay. Please click to join the webinar and join by phone at 669-900-9128 using webinar ID 955-3561-4263. If you are calling in, you want to raise your hand, you want to do *9. Is that correct, Jessica? Do I have that right? *9.
*9 to raise your hand. *6 to unmute.
*6 to unmute. And I'd like to ask Victor Hernandez to go over the Spanish interpretation procedures.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable council members, Mr. City Manager, Ms. City Council, and all city staff. Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenas noches. Le queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes que esta reunión será interpretada al español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es el botón de interpretación, que es un icono del globo o un mundo localizado en la barra de tareas en esta plataforma de Zoom. Después aparecerá un menú y entonces ustedes podrán seleccionar su idioma. Si se unen por teléfono, marquen la estrella 9 para poder alzar su mano y hacer comentario, y la estrella 6 para poder desilenciar su micrófono. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. We're going to be moving on to public forum. As I mentioned previously, if you would like to comment, you may raise your hand using *9, and to unmute yourself, *6. And those wishing to address the City Council at public forum, these are matters that are not listed on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the City Council to resolve. So you can come to the virtual podium during public portion of the agenda and raise your hand, and you'll have a maximum of 3 minutes to comment on your item. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Our first speaker is Greg. Greg, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm a member of the Mid-Coast Community Council, but speaking as an individual, I have good news and bad news regarding the Half Moon Bay sewer system. Fortunately, our sewer authority Mid-Coast plant has not had a 3 million gallon spill as Pacifica did on October 25th. It was close, however. Only the addition of wet weather storage this past summer allowed the intertie pipeline system to hold back excess flows and allow Half Moon Bay sewage to flow through the plant without incident. The upgraded storage facility came within 6 inches of an overflow. On December 13th, we were not as lucky. The IPS filled to capacity. A peak flow rate of over 15 million gallons a day was sent into the SAM plant, 80% of it from Half Moon Bay. Only by using a portable pump to siphon off the excess was SAM able to avoid a potentially catastrophic overflow, which could have disabled the entire plant for an extended period. We have now exceeded the theoretical design capacity of the SAM plant. I'm told Half Moon Bay has no wet weather storage of its own. 3 things need to happen immediately. First, all SAM agencies must immediately cease all new sewer connections. We must stop adding to this capacity problem until this is fixed. Secondly, Half Moon Bay needs to add wet weather storage capacity in its system before the next major storm. This was a recommendation of SAM's report at the last meeting, and in fact, a prior SAM general manager had suggested the same, pointing to acquiring underground land rights at a local driving range. Third, the extreme variability between dry and wet weather flows from Half Moon Bay indicates that the city has a large infiltration and inflow problem. Fortunately, because of the San Bruno gas explosion in 2010, PG&E has been tasked with investigating sewer lines and laterals in many communities. In Montera, a 2-inch gas line was found drilled through a sewer main. When hydraulic sewer cleaners with cutting edges encounter a gas line, nothing good can happen. PG&E's camera survey of Half Moon Bay's sewers should be complete this month. This inspection should have two benefits. First, it may flag locations where immediate repair of I&I leaks are needed. Secondly, it will rule out problems in much of the system, allowing the city to conduct a supplemental survey of any unexamined pipes and laterals more quickly. A selective repair of Half Moon Bay's 35 miles of sewers and the addition of a couple of $1 million of wet weather storage will be much faster and cheaper than upgrading every pipe and manhole in the system. I look forward to the city having an agenda item next month to approve the necessary expenditures to prevent a massive failure at our mutual sewer plant and to rein in its excessive wet weather sewer flows. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Next speaker is Ellen Haig. Ellen, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Haig, and I've lived on the coast side for over 40 years, and I'm a leader with Faith in Action. I learned today that 15 members of our community that were living outdoors unhoused were flooded out in a recent storm. And I just wanted to thank you publicly for your efforts to provide support for them. They were rescued and have been safely housed now. So again, thank you very much for your compassion and taking action. And I encourage you to continue on in that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen.
And next speaker is David Oblovi. You have 3 minutes.
Figures, I'm blowing my nose when you call me. Thanks, Jessica. Give me 1 second, people. All right, sorry about that. You can hear me, I'm assuming. Hopefully, yep. So Half Moon Bay, it has not been a good week legally for Half Moon Bay. There was a ruling out of the Northern District of California earlier this afternoon that you may or may not have seen. I'm going to read the order. This is in regards to the Sandra Harmon shooting. The order states the material part. The statements in the complaint plausibly allege that Deputy Dominguez acted with a purpose to harm unrelated to a legitimate law enforcement objective by shooting Harmon in the back while she was holding the shotgun over her head. As counsel for the plaintiffs clarified at the hearing, that shot is the one alleged to have been the primary cause of her death. On its face, that use of force is so grossly and unreasonably excessive that it alone could evidence subjective purpose to harm. The court had that evidence in hand because of what the public did. You, as the city council, essentially did nothing to provide the court with the legal documentation that the sheriff maintains and is still withholding from the public to obtain access to that information. Your contract with the sheriff stipulates that you may request any document or piece of evidence or anything else that is material to the sheriff's performance of their duties in the city of Half Moon Bay. We were able to provide that evidence that got the court to allow this to go to trial, despite the sheriff's repeated attempts to prevent us from having access to the materials that would make the case. To date, we still have not seen all of the material evidence relevant to this matter because the sheriff continues to refuse and the city council, or rather the city, refuses to demand access to that data and information. Today is a day for good because the case is going to go forward at this point. But I have to ask all of you, Why am I doing your job for you? Why is the public doing your job for you? You are responsible for overseeing public safety in the city of Half Moon Bay. What court just told you, there's an issue there, and I'm begging you to please deal with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. That concludes public forum thing.
All right. So now we have a couple of proclamations and presentations. The first is volunteer recognition for Dylan Ragozin. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He's with COSIDE AYSO. And I have some remarks preceding. So tonight we'd like to give much deserved recognition to a COSIDE volunteer who has really made a difference for youth in our community this past year, despite the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Dylan Ragozin has been an AYSO volunteer for over 10 years, giving his time and energy to serve kids and families by helping provide youth soccer programs here in Half Moon Bay. With the pandemic, it was necessary to cancel the spring and fall 2020 soccer seasons, leaving a lot of kids without that critical outlet and learning experience. In early 2021, there was the need to quickly develop and gain approval for COVID safety protocols to ensure the safety of the participants and public health. It looked like youth soccer just wasn't going to happen given the challenges, and that hundreds of kids would go through another year without an activity they enjoy and love. That's when Dylan Ragozin stepped up and took it upon himself, under extreme time constraints, to get AYSO through the challenge and to a spring soccer season. He drafted a pandemic safety protocol for AYSO, and the spring 2021 season became a reality for our community's youth. Most other AYSO programs in San Mateo County didn't have a spring season and had greatly reduced participants in their fall season. Tonight, on behalf of my colleagues on the Half Moon Bay City Council and the rest of the Half Moon Bay community, I offer our sincere thanks and great admiration of Dylan for his dedication to our community's youth, his creative and tireless efforts to make the 2021 soccer season happen, and his leadership in helping make Half Moon Bay and the COSIDE a better community. Thank you, Dylan Ragozin. Dylan, would you like to make some remarks? Dylan, can you hear me? Would you like to make some comments? I don't hear.
That might be Dan.
Oh, Dan. Is Dan stepping in?
So I
just moved Dylan over. Okay.
There's Dylan.
So I don't know. Oops. Hold on a second. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know, Dan. Thank you, anybody who out there in the community who appreciates what AYSO has been able to offer to the kids. And yeah, this means a lot to me. I certainly do appreciate it. But I'm just so thrilled to be part of this community. And yeah, as was said, I thought it was really important for the kids to have that opportunity. I've been so thankful that the community has seized that, and they've been out there in full force, and it's great. It's seeing kids out there and families. We have that one central point at Cunha, which brings people together on Saturday mornings, and it's such a joy and such a treat that we have. And to get that back for kids as quickly as possible was a huge priority of mine, and I'm glad that it's not only been, like I said, well received, but as noted, our enrollments were up 30% this fall, more than 30% over pre-pandemic levels at a time when every other program was actually down. And so thank you to all the other volunteers who have been there to support that growth and the reincarnation from the dead, or a pause, I guess not the dead, but a pause. And I'm thrilled to see what the future has to offer for the program. So thank you to everyone who participates in the program as well.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Please bear with me as I toggle between mute and unmute and manage this agenda. It's just my first meeting here. Okay, the next item is a proclamation for National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month proclamation. And I'm thinking that we have someone here to speak as well as receive a proclamation, Jessica?
Yeah, we have Pamela Estes here. She's from the county's human trafficking division.
Okay, well, I'll make my remarks first and then invite her to speak. So tonight, we'd like to give some much deserved recognition to a Coastside volunteer who has really made a difference for youth in our, wait a minute, I picked up the wrong one, sorry. I'm getting there. Okay, human trafficking is the use of force, fraud, or coercion to lure victims and force them into labor or commercial sexual exploitation. It is a violation of human rights under both federal and California law. It causes untold physical and mental injury, contributes to the breakdown of families and communities, fuels organized crime, undermines public health, and imposes significant economic costs. Nevertheless, it's been shown that many victims of human trafficking may not recognize their own victimization and do not know that help is available or where to seek assistance. According to the FBI, the San Francisco Bay Area has a high incidence of human trafficking with forced labor, involuntary domestic servitude, and commercial sexual exploitation of adults and youth having been found to exist within local communities in the area. The County of San Mateo has dedicated significant resources, including the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program, and has supported the anti-human trafficking efforts of the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association, and is partnering with other governmental and non-governmental organizations to identify and address the issue of human trafficking within San Mateo County. The Half Moon Bay Mayor and City Council at this time resolve that this issue presents a threat to our own community and that this threat must be communicated to the general public and to those persons at risk of victimization. The Mayor and City Council further resolve to recognize January 2022 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and urge community members to get more information at stophumantraffickingsmc, all one word, .org and state.gov/National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And there's hyphens between each of those words. And with that, I'll introduce Pamela Estes.
Thank you, Mayor Ruddick, and thank you, Vice Mayor Penrose and council members for allowing me to be here tonight and putting this important proclamation on your agenda to bring awareness to the crime of human trafficking. And so it can be raised to the attention of those people who are listening tonight. As mentioned, I'm Pamela Estes. I'm the Human Trafficking Program Coordinator for San Mateo County. And this program was created in 2015. The San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program is a San Mateo County Sheriff's Office program in cooperation with the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association. So I'm pleased to accept the proclamation tonight. Unfortunately, many people still believe that human trafficking only happens in other places, but it does occur throughout the United States and in San Mateo County. It doesn't discriminate. It happens to women and girls and boys and men, people who are foreign nationals and U.S. citizens. In fact, in 2021, the Human Trafficking Program conducted a voluntary assessment of local agencies and organizations and during to get numbers for 2020. And from the responses received, there was a range of 282 to 306 human trafficking victims that were identified in our county who had some nexus with San Mateo County. That's an average of about 23 people a month, which I think surprises everybody. These responses include minors and adults and victims of labor trafficking and sex trafficking. And we have no way of knowing who's being victimized if they're not connecting to some sort of provider or service or trusted adult, because many victims do not identify themselves as crime victims. The San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program works to enhance the response to human trafficking countywide in a couple different ways. We do seek to encourage collaborative partnerships among county agencies and non-governmental organizations. No single organization can take care of this problem or address this problem. It has to be done cross-sector. We help to work to enhance the delivery of service to victims and training for law enforcement, and also providing training and education to the community. So if there are service providers or other organizations that would like to have training and education on this topic, they're welcome to reach out to me. The Human Trafficking Program does host a monthly meeting called the Human Trafficking Initiative, and we are open to all members of the public, governmental, non-governmental, faith-based, community-based members who have an interest in what the role is in response, what people's role is and the response to human trafficking within our county. And so we focus on the response to human trafficking within the county and then deliver relevant information. To contact the Human Trafficking Program with questions or to request a training, people can email me at stophumantrafficking, all one word, at smcgov.org. Again, that's stophumantrafficking, one word, at smc.org. Or as the mayor mentioned earlier in the proclamation, the Stop Human Trafficking smc.org website. So there's one number I kind of like to leave with people. It's the National Human Trafficking Hotline number. If people have suspicious circumstances that they want to report, it's a great number to tuck into your contacts list, because you can call it anywhere in the United States. You don't have to know what jurisdiction you're in. And that's a number is 1-888-373-7888. Again, that's 1-888-373-7888. But again, I just want to reiterate, if people are in immediate danger, they should immediately call 911. So thank you, Mayor Ruddick. I appreciate you bringing this to the attention of the public tonight.
Yes, and I would ask council members whether they have any questions for Pamela or comments. I don't see any.
Do we have a chat box? Do we have a chat box where Pamela could type in the phone number and the website?
No, I don't think we use chat boxes during our meetings.
We don't, Vice Mayor Penrose, but we can include the information in e-news, and we'll be adding some of the resources to our website as well.
Okay. Thank you, Pamela. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, there is not a Mid-Coast Community Council update this evening. And I would only mention, as part of Mayor's announcements of community activities, that I just want to remind people that they can now order free COVID-19 at-home test kits via USPS. There's a limit of 4 kits per household, 4 included in each order. And you can order them by going to covidtests, all one word, .gov. And then I would ask our city attorney to report out from recent closed session meetings.
Yes, thank you. The council did meet in closed session prior to this meeting to discuss 2 items. The first item was conference with labor negotiators, with the city's designated representatives, Lisa Lopez and Bob Nisbet, regarding the organization's 39 represented management. There's nothing to report out on that item. The second item was a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, the case City of Half Moon Bay versus Granada CSD and Montera, WSD. There's nothing to report out of this item either, though I did actually want to make a statement because there has been litigation activity in this case. Yes, just yesterday, actually, the Santa Clara County Superior Court heard oral arguments regarding this lawsuit that I just mentioned, which is a declarative relief suit seeking resolution regarding uncertainties and affirming the rights, duties, and obligations of the 3 member agencies of SAM, which of course is the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. These members include the city, also Granada Community Services District and Montera Water and Sanitary District. This dispute, as many of you know, is at its core about the city council's fiduciary duty, the city's fiduciary duty to its ratepayers. And it stems from a dispute about the respective responsibilities to pay for an estimated $20 million cost to replace the intertie pipeline system, or IPS as it's known as, which carries wastewater from Granada and Montera to the SAM treatment plant. The court issued a tentative ruling against the city, which was disappointing to the city. But I did want to say it was heartening that the court gave close attention to the city's arguments at the hearing, and also agreed to consider this matter further, requested a written copy of the oral arguments and the transcript to assist in that reconsideration. It's my understanding that we expect this decision within the next 90 days. And that concludes my report out.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. Moving on to city manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the community. And if everyone on the panel could mute now, there's a little feedback. So as you know, or as the council knows, but I will say maybe many members of the community are not aware of this. A few months ago, our captain that's assigned to us from the Sheriff's Department, our Chief of Police, Sal Lopez, went on a temporary leave. That now is potentially turning into what I would call a medium-term leave, and we're hoping it doesn't turn into a long-term leave. But when that happened, the sheriff took immediate action and contacted me and informed me what was going on, and made arrangements for a temporary captain to come in and serve during this time. As I said, we at first were believing that it would be temporary. Temporary is not well defined, and temporary sometimes gets longer, and that's what's happened here. I believe now this captain who I'm about to introduce has now been working in an interim capacity for 3 or 4 months. And so given that it's the beginning of the year, and as I said, this now looks, unfortunately, that it's going into a middle term and possibly even longer, we thought it was right to introduce the captain to the council, to the community. And he has also informed me that he is going to begin the process of reaching out to each of you council members and meeting with you one-on-one. So Andrew Armando is here. You can see him on the screen. He is a captain with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. Andrew has been with San Mateo County Sheriff Office for 25 years. During his 25 years of service to the county, Andrew has been a patrol deputy working on the coast. So full circle, I suppose. He's been a detective working major crimes, a detective sergeant with the Professional Standards Bureau, and a lieutenant working in the Corrections Division. Andrew is excited to be working collaboratively with your council, with the community, and on the coast side. So it's my pleasure to officially introduce Captain Armando, our interim chief of police, to you, council, and to the community. Andrew may want to say a couple words if you'll indulge him, but Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over back to you at this time.
Thank you. I would ask our captain whether he'd like to make some remarks first and then let the council members ask questions.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you very much for this opportunity, Mayor and council members, as well as the city manager and the deputy city manager. I appreciate this opportunity to work closely with you all and looking forward to this experience working in Half Moon Bay. Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to my own meeting with you, and I'm guessing the other council members do too. Does anyone have any comments or questions for the captain? Seeing none, I'll just thank you and look forward to scheduling something. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next we actually have an item that is not listed on the agenda, but we thought it was very important that we take it up now. You might recall a year ago, we were doing regular COVID updates to your council at every meeting during the heart of the pandemic, and it feels like we're still there. And so upon request, we felt it might be good to update your council and the rest of the community with what we know at this time and take any questions with what's going on with the Omicron surge right now. So Matthew Chittister, if you could go next, and then we'll pick up the other two items.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Bob, and thank you, council members. Glad to be before you today, not necessarily with this item, but it's great to be in the meeting with you all. So as Bob mentioned, providing a biweekly update at the council meetings became a regular part of our actions during COVID. And I was kind of running through history earlier today as I prepared for this. And it was interesting to watch the evolution of the virus and our response to it. And then as things got better in the early summer, it was nice to see the statistics get better. And then we were able to make the decision to no longer need to provide this update. And then we were talking about things like 4th of July parade and other activities in the community. And then, as you know, things resurged in the fall. And then, of course, the last month or so has gotten really bad. So I just kind of wanted to provide some general updates and reminders to the community and to you. And then we're happy to take any questions and try to answer them, or we'll run down the information. So I think the first important reminder is that there is a statewide indoor mask mandate in effect right now. Sometimes people they think, oh, I thought that was just a recommendation, or that was only in San Mateo County or in San Francisco. No, it is a statewide mask mandate. Anybody indoors is supposed to wear a mask unless they're by themselves. And that includes workplaces and places of business. And that mask mandate's been extended at least through February 14th of this year. And then, of course, the state has a process to allow counties to drop their local mandates. At this point of the 3 metrics, San Mateo County has only met one of those metrics, and that's related to the percentage of community members that have been vaccinated. San Mateo County is still considered a high level of community transmission. We'll talk about that data in a moment. And our hospitalization rates are too high at this point. So the county really urges a few things to help stave off this current surge, especially the Omicron variant, and to help us get back to life as normal. They, of course, urge anyone that's eligible and can, within health guidelines, receive full vaccination, including boosters. They recommend that we follow the mask mandate and wear masks indoors at all times. They recommend testing if we have symptoms of COVID, and isolation if we test positive and are sick. And a lot of those recommendations are kind of, I think, words to live by every day when it comes to any infectious disease. As of yesterday, the San Mateo County Data Dashboard provided the following statistics. I'll just point out a couple of them. The San Mateo County, age 5+, we're at over 90% with at least one vaccination. And the percentage of those that have completed the full series of 2 for children under the age of 12 and 3 or 2 with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for everybody else is over 80%. So still doing really, really well. The total county cases was interesting to me. The last time we reported to you all, it was in June of 2021, and the county cases were right around 40,000. So we've more than doubled since then. And it just shows the growth of this virus. Half Moon Bay has had 782 cases. The RF, which is a measure of how many people become infected for each positive case, is something the goal is to have it be under 1, because that means that each person that gets infected does not necessarily infect another person. And so that means that the disease is reducing and headed towards eradication. We got under 1 for several months during the summer. Unfortunately, with this latest surge, we're at 1.61% as of yesterday, which means for each person that gets infected, or I guess the best way to describe it is for every 2 people that get infected, another person gets infected. And the current total county hospitalizations is 145, and that has left the ICU bed availability pretty low. Although I will mention that the county has a significant number of what they call surge beds. It's the conversion of other hospital beds to ICU beds, and that is at full capacity or at full availability. If you're interested in this data, there's a couple of links at the bottom of the page. The first is San Mateo County Health's data dashboards. The second I found interesting, our school district has a page that shows the number of students that are testing positive on a weekly basis. And I think that's going to be something to watch as well. And if you have children, especially, I would recommend you go to the school district website and check it out. As far as vaccinations go, Coastside Hope has been such an important partner in the community in making sure that on an ongoing basis, vaccinations were available right here on the coast, especially for families. They typically have vaccination clinics on Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays, and they have 2 upcoming clinics this month, this coming Friday and this coming Saturday, and then the following Friday and Saturday. All of those clinics go from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. They do recommend getting an appointment at myturn.ca.gov, but walk-ups will be accommodated as they're able to. The Coastside Clinic, which is located directly across the street from the Ted Adcock Community Center at the corner of Kelly and Main Street, also does clinics most Sundays, this coming Sunday and the following Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. And same recommendation for an appointment, but walk-ups will be accommodated as they can. And just a reminder that vaccines are completely free to everybody. If you do have insurance, you provide that information, but no one is charged for the vaccine. Testing obviously has become very important because even those of us that are fully vaccinated are still contracting the Omicron variant. And so testing is available throughout the county. Here locally, our Ted Adcock Community Center is a host site for county testing through LHI, which is their contractor. There is testing available Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The indoor testing is from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then on Wednesdays, there's a supplemental van outside that runs from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to catch those that may not be able to come during regular business hours. Appointments are highly, highly recommended for the testing, although it seems like demand has waned a little bit recently and walk-ups have been accommodated. If you go to lhi.care/COVID testing, or if you don't have a computer, you can call their call center at 888-634-1123. Also, testing is completely free, but bring your insurance information if you have it. It relieves the burden on the county and public resources. If you go to our testing page, which is shown here at the bottom, you can get up-to-date information on what testing is available at city facilities. And then the county has testing information on their testing page at the bottom here, and obviously has testing available throughout the county on a daily basis. As the mayor mentioned, free at-home tests are becoming available from the federal government. It's a limit of 4 per address. So unfortunately, if there are multiple households in one home, it's still a limit of 4. Online orders are the only way to get them. They're very clear. Please don't go to the post office to try to get tests or to sign up. And our nonprofits will work with folks that don't have access to computers, as will the Half Moon Bay Library, to order your tests. You can go to usps.com/testkits or covidtest.gov. You can also purchase at-home tests. The big reminder here is to buy them from reputable sources, and then make sure you read the instructions really carefully and watch videos online on how to do it. They're pretty easy to administer, but it's easy to mess them up and get a false positive or negative as well. And so please be aware of that. And health insurance is supposed to reimburse folks as well, up to $12 per test, up to a certain number of tests per month per person. And so check with your healthcare provider for reimbursement on those at-home tests as well. One of the questions we've heard is, when do you get tested? You know, given how many people have been showing up to these testing clinics, and many of them are just, trying to do the right thing. They don't want to expose others. They've got to go to work or to school or to other activities, and they just want to do the right thing. But obviously that has really overburdened the system. And so here's some rules of thumb. First of all, if you're feeling any symptoms, and the symptoms of COVID are almost the same as any sickness. So if you are not feeling well, you should probably go and get a test, regardless of your vaccination status. You have a headache, you have chills or a fever, a stuffy nose, a cough. Those are all signs that you may have contracted the Omicron variant, and you should go get it tested. If you are not vaccinated and you have been exposed to somebody with COVID-19, go get tested. And they recommend getting tested multiple times a few days apart because you want to catch it at the very front end, because the vaccination does prevent severe reaction. And so the sooner an unvaccinated person catches it, the better chance they have of staving off the disease. If you're vaccinated and you're exposed to somebody with COVID-19, it's recommended you wait 5 to 7 days, see if you have symptoms, and then go in and get tested because it does take several days for the vaccine, the virus to show up in these tests. Another, I would say this is one of the most important things we can say tonight, is only go call 911 or go to a hospital if there's an actual medical emergency. Not being able to get a test is not a medical emergency. The minor symptoms we just described are not a medical emergency. If you're concerned and you're not able to treat this at home, call your doctor first and they can advise you. Our ERs have been completely overwhelmed the last several weeks with people coming in that do not need to be at an ER. And ERs cost a lot more money for folks as well. So please do not go to hospitals or call 911 unless it's an emergency. And really, it's up to the individual to determine what an emergency constitutes in their life. But a general rule of thumb is not being able to get a test does not constitute an emergency. And that's the end of my report. I'm happy to take any questions. We've got a really great update from the county health officer today. And there's lots of great communication out there. And we met with our nonprofits today as well and had a good conversation about COVID in general.
Do any council members have questions for Matthew related to COVID? Okay, seeing none, I guess we can move on to the next item. Thanks so much, Matthew. That was a wonderful, thorough presentation. Very helpful.
Great. And we'll come back at the next meeting. I think we'll continue these reports for the time being.
Great.
And up next is John Dowdy, our Public Works Director, who will be giving an update on the Smithfield Master Plan.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to let the council and community know that we are in the process of gathering information on the Smithfield Master Plan work. Notably on the 6th, we went live with community survey, and that survey will be up until the 31st. So there's still plenty of time to get in. We're thrilled to find 213 unique responses to date. So just in basically less than 2 weeks, a very good response. Seems to be a very widespread across the board in terms of demographics and folks out there. We absolutely want more and would love to have that. Easiest place to go to is on our website. There's actually a banner running for the survey, and you can connect there, and certainly other ways, and reach out to me or my staff and we can go from there. We had a great pop-up at the Holiday Lights and have been meeting with the stakeholders. So more to come, but just wanted to let you and the community know that this is out there, and please take the survey.
Good news. Thanks so much, John. Bob, do you have reports to make? Great.
My apologies, I was stretching. The last one is a report from Townsend on the infrastructure bill that was passed a couple months ago.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager and Honorable Mayor and Council members. Andres Ramirez with Townsend Public Affairs. Great to see you all. I have brought along my colleague from Washington, D.C., Ben Golding, to actually provide this brief, high-level presentation to you all, recognizing that you all have a busy agenda tonight. So with that, I will pass it over to Ben, and he can get us started off.
Thank you, Andres. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Ben Goldine in the Federal Office of Townsend Public Affairs. Happy to present this top-level summary of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and call to attention a few programs that could be of interest to the city. Next, can we advance the next slide, please? So thank you. On November 15th, President Biden signed into law the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also sometimes referred to as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Over the next 5 years, it'll spend $1.2 trillion on our nation's infrastructure, making it one of the largest investments in infrastructure in our country's history. About $550 billion of that spending is new money on top of existing reauthorizations for surface transportation projects and programs. Next slide, please. Now, over the course of the next 5 years, while spending that $1.2 trillion, agencies spanning from, of course, the Department of Transportation, but also the Department of the Interior, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Commerce, among others, almost the entire federal government will be involved in implementing this bill. Just some top line numbers. $110 billion is for roads, bridges, and major projects. That includes an allocation of $850 million that was just given to the state of California on Friday to rehabilitate aging bridges. Also includes a streamlining of the NEPA permitting process to make major infrastructure projects move fast through the approval process faster. There's the single largest investment in public transit in our nation's history of $39.2 billion for public transit agencies through a combination of formula and competitive grants. $65 billion for broadband internet infrastructure. The largest part of that is approximately $47 billion in a formula grant to states to award sub-grants to localities to implement, to construct broadband infrastructure. And then there is also a few other competitive grant programs to help with middle mile broadband infrastructure, as well as equitable distribution of broadband resources. And then a permanent extension of the pandemic era emergency broadband benefit. This program is being renamed the Affordable Connectivity Program. It'll provide a $30 monthly subsidy for low-income households to purchase broadband internet service. In addition to that, there's $55 billion for water infrastructure. That's primarily being spent through the state clean water and state drinking water revolving funds, but there are a few other competitive grants as well. And then $47.2 billion for climate resiliency. That includes billions for improved forest management to help with wildfire resiliency, including also programs to help with drought and sea level rise resiliency. And not listed on this, other top lines not listed on this slide are $66 billion for passenger and freight rail, $16.6 billion for ports and waterway infrastructure, $25 billion for airports, and $21 billion to address legacy pollution cleanup. Next slide, please. So a few programs I wanted to highlight for you this evening are the PROTECT grant program. That's an acronym for Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost Savings Transportation Grant Program. That's a mouthful. Let's just call it PROTECT. It is $8.7 billion split between a $7.3 billion formula grant and a $1.4 billion competitive grant for infrastructure projects making resilience improvements to address vulnerabilities to current and future weather events and natural disasters, including sea level rise. So a good example would be if you have an eroding shoreline with a highway running along that shoreline, there will be formula funding to the state as well as competitive grant opportunities to fund remediation or to help shore up that cliff that may be eroding. That's just an example. Other examples are natural infrastructure that protects and enhances surface transportation assets while improving ecosystem conditions. And then other projects that would protect communities through resilience improvements and strategies that allow for continued operation or rapid recovery of surface transportation systems that have been impacted by climate disasters. That is a brand new program that will be administered by the Department of Transportation. It'll take them about 18 months to bring it up to speed. So be looking for that coming in the next year. And then quickly, the $500 million for Healthy Streets program. That's a program to improve green spaces and canopy along roads. The $2.5 billion for charging and fueling infrastructure. This is part of a larger push to improve the nation's electric vehicle charging infrastructure, but also hydrogen fueling stations as well. And then there's $1 billion for an existing program known by the acronym of BRIC, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. This is a pre-disaster mitigation program that supports localities as well as states undertake hazard mitigation projects to reduce the risks they face from disasters and other natural hazards. And then there's a new $1 billion active transportation infrastructure investment program that's modeled a lot like the state of California's active transportation program. This is a competitive grant for infrastructure improvements that create safe and connected active transportation facilities, including adding sidewalks, bikeways, and pedestrian trails. And that program, we expect a notice of funding opportunity to come out here in the spring. So that is a very high level summary of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It is a massive bill. Happy to dive into it in more detail with you and the council at a later time. I hope that's been helpful. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening.
Yes, very helpful. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, so I guess there is an in-house sort of grants committee among staff to look at opportunities. So I'm guessing they'll probably want to be in touch for more detail, as the programs develop. So thanks for that.
Absolutely. And Mayor, we look forward to working with city staff on identifying which opportunities the city would be most competitive for and working to get you all some funding.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, improving Smithfield and access to Smithfield. That's a very long road that might qualify. So hope that stays on staff's radar. Thanks again so much and have a good evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
My review here. So we're moving on to the consent calendar. I understand that there might be an item that somebody wants to pull.
Yes. I would like to pull item 1D.
That is the committee appointments.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do I have either any other items to be pulled or somebody to make a motion approving the remainder items?
I'll make a motion to approve the remainder items.
Great.
I move that we waive readings of resolutions and ordinances, that we adopt the consent calendar, including items 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, accept the warrants list for the month of December 2021. Item 1C, we re-ratify to the resolution to continue holding public meetings remotely. Item 1E, we adopt a resolution to establish the classification and salary schedule for the position of Assistant City Clerk. Item 1F, authorize the city manager to file notice of completion for the Poplar Pedestrian Pathway Project, release the performance and labor and material bonds, and start the one-year warranty bond period, and release the retention funds 30 days after recordation of the notice of completion. Item 1G, receive and file comment letters sent to the California Public Utilities Commission regarding net energy metering tariffs. A second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion
And
carried.
why don't we just do item 1D now, since we have a pretty hefty load coming up. So Joaquin, take it away.
Yes, thank you. Looking at our assignments, I would like to become part of our homeless liaison subcommittee. As you may know, I've been very involved and I'm very involved with our homeless community here in Half Moon Bay. I visit encampment often, so at least once a week. I'm in meetings with members of the Coast House. I do get updates, and I'm in communication with them about our homeless population. So I see it is to our benefit, our city benefit, and to my benefit, to become part of the homeless subcommittee.
So I have no problem with that. I believe Councilmember Rohrbach and Vice Mayor Penrose were appointed to that committee. Which one of you would like to offer your seat?
I will cede to Joaquin. I think he's absolutely worthy of being on that liaison. So
I do too. And I just want to point out that I did solicit everybody's input on where they'd like to be on these committees right after our last December meeting, and gave everybody 3 weeks. So I only heard from 3 of you. And I tried to match up, what I knew about you. I should have remembered about the homeless. I did not. But I would just recommend to council members, keep your eye out for emails from me, not just staff, as things come up, and try to respond promptly. I often don't have time to go back and resolicit or, resend emails. So it would be helpful to me if you, respond, promptly when I solicit your feedback. So I'll just leave it there. But yes, I would, I guess the motion would be to, would it be accept or adopt the list of committee assignments as amended?
Accept the assignments as amended.
Yeah. So that would be our motion. Somebody would like to make that?
So moved.
second.
Second by Councilmember Rohrbach. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone, Councilmember Brownstone,
All right, I was muted. Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So thanks for bringing this to my attention. Before we move on to the regular agenda, I'd like to propose a 5-minute break for everybody.
Mayor Reddick, if I could, we have a bylaw. We had to set a specific time for items to the redistricting public hearing.
Okay.
We set that time for 8:15. So it would seem that we should take a 15-minute recess and then reconvene at 8:15 to start item 2A.
Okay, but it is 8:01, so it's actually less than 15. I think it's more like 14.
Yeah, we'll returning at 8:15.
Okay, great. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Thank you. staff report?
Yes.
And at some point, it would be nice to just have a summary of the process of the meeting, how it's going to follow. That'd be great.
Yes.
It's 8:14. We're almost ready to start. Okay, it's 8, and we're moving on to item 2, ordinances and public hearings. And this item is item 2A, public hearing to review redistricting focus maps. And there is a staff recommendation. There's 3 parts of that recommendation, and we'll hear more about that during the presentation by our city clerk.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. The item before you is the council's first map drawing public hearing, which is a culmination of the past 8 months worth of work for staff and the council appointed redistricting advisory committee. I know the committee is excited to have reached this point and present this information to you tonight and looks forward to your comments and direction moving forward. Marin Holt and Paul Gator are the chair and vice chair, respectively, of the Redistricting Advisory Committee, and we'll kick off the item by summarizing the committee's work to date. I will provide a summary of the results of the community survey that was conducted late last year regarding district model and communities of interest, results of which help inform the focus maps that are being presented this evening. Shalise Tilton is here from the city's demographer, National Demographics Corporation, and she will cover the focus maps in detail. After we cover the presentation, there will be time for council questions. Then we'll conduct the public hearing portion of this item to receive any additional comments from the public. Myself, Shalise, Chair Holt, and Vice Chair Gator will all be available for questions throughout the item. There are a few other committee members in the audience who may provide additional comments during public comment as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Marin and Paul, who will begin our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And good evening, Mayor Ruddick, members of the council, and community members who are here with us this evening. I want to acknowledge the work of the Redistricting Advisory Committee. Paul Gator, Vice Chair, and I are here tonight. We've also been working with Hal Bogner, Steve Maller, Claudia Marshall, Phil Marshall, and Michael Settles. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So just to give you an overview of what we've done so far, we've been working for the last 6 months from between July and September. We've held a series of public workshops and learned intricately the redistricting process. We've looked at mapping tools, and we've identified communities of interest that we'll go into more detail on in just a little bit. We also discussed the differences between the 4-district model with a directly elected mayor and a 5-district model with a rotating mayor. On November 8th, we had public draft maps that had been submitted, but at that time, the mapping tool hadn't yet been updated with the current census data. And so those maps were not exactly accurate, and we had to extend our map drawing deadline until November 26th. And so at that point, we were at least able to look at the themes and some of the communities of interest that were conveyed in the submitted maps. But then we extended the deadlines for people to continue drawing maps. And then we were able to look at those maps at the next meeting. So on December 16th, we finally had a set of maps that had been presented to us by members of the committee, members of the public. And I just want to stop and thank the members of the public and the committee who spent hours on those maps, because the tool wasn't necessarily the most intuitive to use. And so I really want to appreciate the time and effort that was put into those maps that were drawn. And I think we'll hear from some of the map drawers this evening. So we had 8 4-district maps submitted. 2 were not population balanced. So we were only able to look at 6 of those. We had 9 5-district maps, also some issues with the population balance, and 3 that were not contiguous, meaning Shalice will go over that in just a second. So we looked at those maps that were submitted on December 16th, and we checked, we looked at the census block geography, demographic summaries, and we specifically looked at 4 maps that drew our attention. And so as map 504C came to the top as one that we had a strong preference for as a committee. And we'll talk a little bit about why we chose that one once we look at it. But the main focus there was to keep certain communities of interest together. And so we selected 4 draft maps, 2 of them with a 5-district model and 2 of them with the 4-district model. And you can see the ranked order right there. The first map that we unanimously chose was 504C, 503B, second to that one. For the 4-district maps, we liked 402 because it was very similar to 504C, only in that it had 4 districts instead of 5. And the reason we expressed our preference overwhelmingly for the 5-district model was initially we thought this was a matter that was best left to the council. But once we started mapping and seeing just the size of the community and the way the maps worked with the communities of interest, we liked the 5-district model because it gave us flexibility in keeping those communities of interest together. And so it naturally worked out much better to have a 5-district model than a 4-district model for that reason. And we felt it best represented Half Moon Bay as a community. Next slide, please. So this is just a more detailed overview of the process that we've been through so far. I'll skip forward to the December 16th meeting where we revised maps. We selected the 4 focus maps. We expressed our preference for the 5-district model. And here we are today looking at the first public hearing to discuss and revise the draft maps. And hopefully tonight we can take a look at the maps that we've selected. And originally, we were going to have a public meeting. We were hoping to do it in public, and maps are a little bit difficult to view online and really get a good feel for. We were hoping to hang them in public, perhaps at the library, and have a little meet and greet and let people take a look at them. But just because of the persistence of COVID, we weren't able to do that. And so instead, what's going to happen is the maps will be hung in the windows of City Hall, and people have just about a week right now to take a look at those. And then we'll have a public workshop on Saturday, the 27th, to solicit input on the focus maps. So that'll be a public meeting where people can give us their input on the maps that they've seen after having a week or so to take a look at them. Hopefully by February 15th, then we'll come back to City Council and see if there were any revisions, new iterations of the maps, and hopefully have a map adopted by March 15th. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Paul Gator now, and he's going to tell us more about the communities of interest that we are considering in the process. Next slide, please.
Paul, we're unable to hear you. No.
No, cannot hear you. We can see your mouth moving though, even though it doesn't show you muted.
You might check the microphone source.
Okay, Paul, I'll go ahead and get started, and then once your sound comes on, feel free to jump in and interrupt. Is that okay? I can't see Paul. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. So our communities of interest that were identified, we identified Kenyatta Cove and other senior housing areas in the city as communities of interest that should stay together with their voting voice, their representation voice. Frenchman's Creek, staying together with the Northern District. We felt that Oak Park should remain undivided. Oak Park is the area behind Safeway. There was an expression that, preference that Alsace-Lorraine be grouped together with Ocean Colony. There was Arleta Park being not wanting to be cropped into too many pieces. We did decide that if it was missing part of it or down like east-west divide, that wouldn't necessarily dilute the voice of any group of people. So it was something that came up in discussion. We looked at things like household income, renters versus owners, and all of that data was available to us as we were drawing our maps. And so all of this came into consideration. We also, sorry, let me check my notes here. We just going back to, the downtown area, we decided to stay together as a community of interest, and we heard that from the public as well. And then senior communities. And one of the primary, I'm going to read the words of committee member Phil Marshall, that the primary consideration for map drawing that emerged was putting Kenyatta Cove and the South Main Senior Center in the same district while separating Kenyatta Cove from Ocean Colony. And so that was one of the main considerations. And you'll see that the map drawer was able to make that happen, able to connect those two communities. We also, the other socioeconomic community of interest was the Latino community, which is a federally protected class, and we established as a local community of interest. We determined it wasn't really possible to draw a district with more than 50% of the citizens of voting age in that community, meaning it's unavoidably cracked or broken up across all the districts. But some of the maps that were submitted diluted that representation more so than others. And so we took that degree of dilution into consideration when selecting our focus maps. So sorry, that's not on our slide, but the committee members felt like it was important to add that piece. We also thought that we heard that traffic issues could also be something that might divide or might create a cohesion in a community of interest. Okay. Next slide, please. And I believe Shalise is going to take over from here.
It'll be me, but I see that Paul rejoined, so I want to check if we can hear him. And
I'll try talking and see if you can hear me this time.
There he is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Marin, for improvising that one. I know you weren't prepared to do that, so thanks very much.
Is there anything additional you wanted to add, Paul?
I actually had a definition of communities of interest, which I thought might be helpful for city council members because it is not maybe obvious what it means. So I got this from we got this, I should say, the committee from the California Elections Code. So I'm just going to read this short definition. So in this context, a community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for the purposes of its effective and fair representation. So we bore that definition in mind of communities of interest when we were going through what Marin just talked about. Mainly, I think she may have said, mainly we ended up with primarily communities of interest based on geography, but there were the Latino community and others that were socioeconomic. Hope that helps. And then I'll let Shalise talk now.
Thanks, Paul. I'll cover the next few slides, which will go over the survey results from the community survey that we conducted late last year. So early last year, when the council began discussing redistricting and whether to use a committee and all of that, one of the topics that was brought up was, should we stick with the 4-district model or might we consider going to a 5-district model? And so the council expressed interest in hearing from the public on this topic. And so over the course of the committee's work, we designed a community survey that was mailed to each household in Half Moon Bay. It was available on our website, publicized through our normal communication channels, so e-news, social media, et cetera. We also created participation kits that were emailed out to various community interest groups, the schools, senior center, some neighborhood associations. And so we try to reach as many people as possible and make sure that, you know, the survey was available in multiple types of formats so that anyone who wanted to participate could. And the survey asked 2 questions. First, it did provide some contextual information so that people could make an informed decision on the survey questions. But the first question was, which district model do you prefer? And there were 3 choices, 5 districts with a rotating mayor, 4 districts with a 2-year elected mayor, and 4 districts with a 4-year elected mayor. The second question was asking about communities of interest. What do people consider to be their communities of interest within Half Moon Bay? We did receive roughly 350 responses through all mediums to the survey. Of those 350 responses, 65 of them included community of interest items. Next slide, please. So as to the first question, the community survey overwhelmingly favored 4 districts with a 2-year mayor. And then you can see the 5 districts follows that, followed by 4 districts with a 4-year mayor. So that, you know, that information is provided to the council for, you know, its use when determining which district model to ultimately go with and which map. As Marin mentioned, initially when the committee discussed the issue, they did feel it was a policy decision of the council, and it ended up naturally happening as they started going through maps that the 5 district maps were preferable just based on communities of interest within Half Moon Bay, but these are the results of the public survey. And then for communities of interest, next slide, please. There were a lot of neighborhoods that were mentioned quite a few times, and they were mostly neighborhoods. You know, as you can see here, there's 3 slides of responses here, but Ocean Colony named a few times, Kenyatta Cove a few times, downtown quite a few times. You see Highland Park, Arleta Park. Next slide, please. Some more here, Kehoe area, town center, downtown. Someone mentioned seniors versus tourists, Cypress Cove, Kenyatta Cove again, and then some people got very specific. As you can see with the downtown HMB, they, you know, very specifically laid out boundaries that they consider to be the downtown community. Next slide, please. And then this is the last few more Ocean Colony, downtown. There were a few comments about the section, the 2 sections, the east and west section of Half Moon Bay, north of 92 along Highway 1, about traffic issues in certain portions of that, and that the simple act of having to cross Highway 1 or pull out onto Highway 1 constitutes a community of interest. And then a few more for Kehoe and downtown. So that's the summary of the survey results. Happy to go into any details of this further when we get to the council question portion. But with that, it'll now be Shalisa's opportunity to go over the maps themselves.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So when we are drawing the maps, there are rules that we must follow. The first being the federal law of equal population, meaning that each district must have near equal population with no more than a 10% deviation between the least populated district and the greatest populated district. For a 4-district model, that would mean 2,950 people roughly in each district. For a 5-district model, it's 2,360. Also, federal law requires that we draw maps in a way that does not dilute the voting strength of our protected class groups, and no racial gerrymandering, meaning we cannot use race as the only or predominant source when we're drawing maps. It can be a factor, but not the predominant factor. The California Fair Maps Act prescribes, and this is different from when we first established districts in Half Moon Bay. This was signed into effect in January of 2020. 2020, so it makes sense for 2019. I'm getting confused. It was 2020. The Fair Maps Act now ranks in order and mandates that we follow this criteria. The first being geographically contiguous. Second, undivided neighborhoods and respecting communities of interest. And just as Commissioner Gator had defined and read from the act itself, you heard the definition. Easily identifiable boundaries, oftentimes that's streets, or if there's waterways or mountains, highways, any way you can describe your district. Compactness, meaning we don't bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. It doesn't necessarily mean a perfect compact square. And most cities don't have perfectly shaped districts. And then we cannot draw districts that favor or discriminate against a political party. After we've met the federal and state laws, and we can consider other things such as minimizing the voters that are shifted to a different election cycle, and also respecting voters' choices. So we would, if it's possible to meet all the criteria, keep the communities together, and avoid pairing seated council members so they don't have to compete against each other. We'd rather the voters decide who has earned re-election rather than a demographer's pen. We can possibly underpopulate a district if we know there's going to be growth in that area, but still we are restricted to that no more than 10% deviation. And preserving the core of the existing districts is also a consideration. Let's go to the next slide. Here you see the current districts as outlined. The current districts, we do have, and I think we have a slide coming up that will go into greater detail on this. But so you are all well aware and familiar with the current districts. And let's go ahead and hop to that next slide. Because of population growth and population shifts don't always happen evenly among the city, we do have the districts are not population balanced. You can see in the far bottom right-hand column, it's 16.42%. And as I mentioned, that we must be within no more than 10% deviation between the least populated and the greatest populated district. So that meant we had more people in District 4, we had fewer people in Districts 2 and 3. It's really difficult with this. You would think it would be easier with a smaller city. It's actually harder to achieve population balance with a smaller city because just a few numbers throw it out of whack. Just for example, to population balance the existing district, it only required moving about 200 people out of District 4 into Districts 2 and 3, and you have a population balanced map. Let's go to the next slide. As the commissioners pointed out, we have 4 focus maps. When you see the 504, the C, the 504, the 503B, and the 403Bs, that indicates that it's a version of the original map that was submitted. So for example, the original 504 that was submitted was non-contiguous. So that particular map had an area, I think it was Troon Way, if my recollection serves me correctly. Troon Way was drawn out on its own and was non-contiguous boundaries. So when it was possible for me as a demographer to make these slight corrections, I put forth some variations, and then 504C was actually a variation of the original 504 that was put forth by the commission. I'll be going through each of these maps in detail. I do want to call it to your attention that the full versions of these maps are available on the website at draw.hmb.org. We'll have a slide at the end of this presentation with that website address. And additionally, on the website, you can see the full version of the maps, detailed blow-up section of the maps, and then the demographics, the full demographics that show various categories for the social economic categories such as language spoken at home, household income, education level, those types of categories for each of the districts within each map. The most detailed way to view at the maps when you want to see the actual streets, and actually you can change the underlying map to show satellite images or other images, is to go to the interactive map viewer. That's also accessible through the website, and the link is provided here. So as the council is discussing the maps, if there's a desire to view the interactive map viewer, we can certainly bring that up, and we'll be able to zoom in very closely to these boundaries. Next slide. Here I'm showing you a summary of each of the maps, and I want to call your attention to the population deviation. That's the percentage between the greatest populated district and the least populated district in each map. Each of the maps, of course, each of the focus maps are population balanced, as well as the other maps that were considered at the December meeting of the commission. The fourth column over is the maximum Latino citizen voting age population. And this is an important category when we're looking to see if there's possibility to achieve a majority district that would have a majority Latino citizen voting age population. So those are residents of Half Moon Bay who are 18 years of age and US citizens, they would be eligible to vote. That particular category is a category that the federal courts would look at, and also that proponents of trying to get a minority district would look at those percentages. Unfortunately, we don't have a high enough geographical concentrated area to get near a majority Latino citizen voting age population district. You see that with the 5-district model, we do a little bit better job at almost 28%, as opposed to almost 24% with a 4-district model. But it's only a few percentage difference, so there's not a huge advantage to going to a 5-district model, but there is some advantage as far as having a higher concentrated district that has the possibility of electing the candidate of the Latino community, electing the candidate of their choice. The fifth column over looks at the maximum non-white citizen voting age population. So when you're combining all of the protected class groups, all of the non-white groups, we're seeing if we can also get a higher percentage. Same case with the 4-district model versus the 5-district model. We do about 3 percentage points, a little bit better with the 5-district model. It's not a huge advantage, but it does provide a little bit of improvement over the 4-district model. You see the citywide percentages I've listed for you. Citywide, when we had an at-large election, the maximum Latino citizen voting age population was only 16%, and the non-white was 27%. So districts do provide an advantage for these particular districts. On the right-hand column, of course, with a 4-district model, there will be a pairing of the council members, meaning there will be 2 council members that will be in a single district. That for the 4-district model, that's unavoidable. And then for the 5-district models, neither of the focus maps have pairings in them, but there are some other maps that were submitted that did. Let's go to the next slide. As we're viewing this slide, this is map 504C. I do want to, before we start to get into the actual review of these maps, do want to mention that we have some restriction when we are drawing these maps. We must use the geography that is provided by the U.S. Census Bureau. So in some cases, it's very strange geography. And in some cases, it may put people on the outside of the block and a complete outside of say you have a cul-de-sac. Folks that lived on the outside of the cul-de-sac would be in a completely different giant census block, different than the folks across the street. It's unavoidable that we must use those, so we have to do workarounds. Map 504C actually was submitted, and all the maps, the focus maps, were submitted by members of the public, but they were not originally drawn by NDC except for the variations to make them population balanced or contiguous, which were very minor. The submitter of 504, the original 504 that 504C was based on, stated that they focused on shared populations, income brackets, individuals on reduced or fixed income, specifically Kenyatta Cove and the south side of the city, including the senior center, are all in a demographically contiguous district. They acknowledged Ocean Colony is the well in the room with an income level far in excess of District 1, according to the map submitter, and is appropriately placed within the constraints of the unique geography. Those were the map submitter's comments. The commission liked 504C, however, they did not like the treatment of the Casa del Mar neighborhood. It was originally placed in District 1, but what happened is those, as I mentioned, that lived on the outside streets of that particular block were put in a completely different, were put in District 2. So that neighborhood was split up just because of the nature of the geography of the census block. So there was requested change to make sure that that neighborhood was kept together. Also, there was a request to make sure that the community that resided behind Tres Amigos and that was kept together. So there was modification made there as well. This particular map has a 7.32 population deviation, which is within the acceptable 10%. The maximum Latino citizen by age population is 26.5%, and the maximum non-white is 35.5%. And next slide, please. We can go ahead and advance. Map 402, the submitter's comments were that to connect Kenyatta Cove with the senior community on South Main and then adjust the other districts to achieve population balance. And next slide, please. .403 was submitted by a member of the public. It did not include comments. When it first was submitted, it was not population balance, but some minor adjustments made it population balance and made it 403B. And the next slide. Again, showing you the current districts. Next slide. Displayed for you are all of the 4 district maps. You can see that in red, we have 402 and 403B, which were the identified focus maps. Realize that this map is small, but it does give you, these maps are small, but it does give you some guidance if you want to, as I mentioned, viewing closer to any of these maps, we can jump over to the interactive review map and zoom into the streets. The next slide shows all the District 5 maps. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And again, the focus maps are identified here as well. And the next slide. With the election sequencing, the law requires that that we align the districts with those that are presently set. So in election year 2022, districts 1 and 4 will be up. If the council chooses the 5-district model, then also District 5 would be up. And election year districts 2 and 3 would be up. The council and the commission have the opportunity to define where the numbers are assigned. So if there's some renumbering of the assignments or if any of the maps are submitted that don't quite align with the existing, then there's that flexibility to reassign the numbers to the districts. And the next slide. So tonight is a public hearing to receive input on the draft maps. The council can review and request adjustments to the district numbering, as I mentioned, and then we would go ahead and set those. When a map submitter submits a map, we try to retain their numbering as much as possible so that they know that their map has remained unchanged. The council can request variations on the various focus maps. we will be having a workshop on January 27th to solicit input from the public on the focus maps. And the public can also draw variations of the focus maps. February 4th would be the deadline for those revisions. And the next City Council hearing is February 15th. And the next slide, I think that is the last slide, is again, just the website with the link to it. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do council members have questions for either the committee members or the consultant or Jessica? I'm going to Harvey.
I don't know if it's a question, but I heard two descriptions of an area that I live in. One was calling it Oak Park, another the area behind Tres Amigos. As far as I know, the name that really should be assigned to that neighborhood is Pilarcitos Park. It took me a long time to learn that, and I've lived here 24 years, but it's Pilarcitos Park for that neighborhood. Just for your information. Thanks.
Thank you, Harvey.
Sure.
Other council members? Robert?
I just really want to thank everyone who worked on this for just the unbelievable amount of work you had to do. It's all volunteers. And I really appreciate that you came out with strong favoring maps that really balance community interests. And I think that's really what the redistricting is all about, keeping communities together and balancing demographics in each district as much as possible. So I'm great. I have a lot of gratitude that you made decisions based on the spirit of what redistricting is supposed to be about and what we hoped for. And it's a heck of a lot of work, and it was very complicated. So thanks for everyone who put these maps together and gave us your best recommendations. So thank you.
Deborah and Joaquin?
Well, I have no questions. I just want to say thank you. Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun to draw Half Moon Bay and to get make sure everybody was well represented, and I did understand all the the information, the data they were sharing, and like I say, it looks like a lot of fun. So thank you.
Yeah, I have one comment about the idea of keeping communities of interest together, and the remarks made that Ocean Colony should be separated from Kenyatta Cove, and Kenyatta Cove contiguous with the senior center in downtown. And my comment is, if we're talking about communities of interest and we're talking about age, there are lots of older people in Ocean Colony. I think it's probably the majority of folks are older in Ocean Colony, and they are geographically contiguous with Kenyatta Cove. So I see them as being important that they not be separated. Otherwise, I think you've done a great job.
I have a question for the committee. So I understand that several maps were supplied by the public, and I guess prior to the census data being available, they weren't population resolved, but then some more were submitted using Dave's app and such. I'm just wondering, of your focus maps, do they use any of the map information submitted by the public? Did you integrate any thinking from those submitted maps into your focus maps?
I believe that the focus maps were both submitted by members of the public, not members of the committee, if that answers your question. And they did specifically bring into consideration the socioeconomic communities, the senior communities, and those communities of interest, which is why we liked them so much, because they so closely aligned with communities we'd already identified. And then the person who made these maps was able to work magic with this tool that we were given. It was difficult drawing these maps, and I feel like once we saw the magic that they had made with this tool and this map, we all saw immediately that it aligned with things we had already been discussing.
Well, I think it was, a fabulous job, and labor went into this on the part of our volunteers, and I really appreciate it. And it's a great team in terms of, qualifications and ideas. So thank you for that.
Can I add something to Marin's answer, Mayor Ruddock?
You may. Thank you.
Yeah. So I believe that Jessica went back to all the people who submitted maps before we got the census data. So all those maps that were not population balanced because they were using estimates rather than actual data. So Jessica went back to all of the people who'd drawn those maps and asked them to resubmit and redraw and resubmit based on the up-to-date census data that we had, using then the new tools as well. So I think, we tried to do the best we could to get as much public input as we could into the maps that you've just seen.
It appears so. Thank you. So I am going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to allow a couple minutes for raised hands to populate the platform. And depending on how many, I'll decide whether 2 or 3 minutes. So Jessica, if you could keep an eye out for the raised hands, and we'll proceed to take public comment.
Yes, we have 6 so far. Mayor Reddick.
Let's give it a couple minutes.
Seven. If there is anyone else in the audience who would like to speak, please do raise your hand. And we have 8.
And if you are a member of the redistricting advisory committee, please identify yourselves.
I'm showing 8, Mayor Reddick. 9.
Okay, well, let's start with that and give everybody 3 minutes.
Okay. Our first speaker is Hal Bogner, who is one of our committee. Hal?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay, great. So first of all, thank you to the council for selecting, a really amazing group of people with whom I've had the privilege to serve, very capable, thoughtful, caring, and fully engaged. And everybody's put in a lot of work under the leadership of Shalise and her colleagues at NDC and Jessica and the staff in working to make, necessary adjustments to the lines, which the districts have, and, the questions that put before us, that you're working on right now. But I also would like to, mention that, each of these, and I say this speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the commission, each of these has, problems of kind of dividing the community. And I wanted to, mention that, we had at one point or another, to think about, some council members are not going to be able to, stand for re-election without facing each other within a district, and choices become limited, for the citizenry. And yet all of the goals of the CVRA and of the attorney who challenged the city initially turn out really to be impossible to meet. So, maybe there are, some questions which the members of the committee or others in the public, could further think about besides the technical adjustments of lines. And, I think that we have a great group of people here, and maybe there are others, who would contribute to thinking about some of the policy questions that go beyond just the moving of the lines. We've stayed, very nose to the grindstone to make sure that, we could fulfill the technical requirements that are needed. And we'll go ahead and continue to do so, in the next month or two. And I'm looking forward to doing our best with that. I know we shall. But I noticed that, like, the city of Santa Monica successfully, with the same kind of demographic distribution throughout their city as Half Moon Bay has, was successful in defending in court the at-large voting. And I think questions like, some of the kinds of ways that the city could approach being able to, allow all of the voters to have a say in how the city is run and not divide us into some people are not going to get to vote for 2 years, for 4 years. Some people are going to have to choose between two people who they've elected previously who have to face each other in a district, things like that. So if the council might wish to ask either this committee or some future group to float some ideas, I think every member of the committee has raised some thoughts to make things further better for the community, equity-wise and so on, and would love to contribute in that way as well as in the technical process that we've helped to work on at this point. So thank you all.
Thank you, Hal.
Thank you, Hal.
Next speaker is David Ablovi.
Hey there. Thanks, Jessica. Sorry, I didn't know I was next. Couple quickies that I wanted to reflect to you. The first one is attending the last committee meeting. There were two items that were pretty abundantly clear that weren't made that clear in the agenda report for tonight. The first one is that the committee, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong here, unanimously requested or asked if they could demur and simply not file a 4-district map. They were uninterested in pursuing this as they felt, again, unanimously and very strongly that an elected mayor was not something they wanted to pursue. The second thing, which also was unanimous, was the committee wished to link Kenyatta Cove with the southern end of Main Street for reasons not just of age or economy. And I had a brief dialogue with someone who lives in Kenyatta Cove. It just goes to interests and the communities at large. If you look at the overall net commonality between Kenyatta Cove and the senior center in that area, for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to go into here, they are much more common and have much more in common than Ocean Colony. But the biggest issue is whether they have things in common or not with Ocean Colony, Kenyatta Cove would be subordinate to the supermajority that Ocean Colony maintains in that area. So in other words, Ocean Colony would be electing the representative for the two of them if you bundle them together. That essentially disenfranchises Kenyatta Cove, no matter how you look at it and no matter what the actual criteria are that you're judging those two communities on. So as a result, I'd like to ask you to do two things in your tasking or recommendations. The first one is to willingly let go of the 4-district model. Again, the committee was unanimously in favor of discarding this model. And the second thing is to task them to focus on maps that bind Kenyatta Cove to the southern end of Main Street. And there are several maps in front of you that do that. So I think that would take care of it. That's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Next speaker is Claudia Marshall. who is also one of our committee members.
Thank you. I would have to suggest that I am totally in agreement with David's comments that we were, as a committee, we were totally in support of 5 districts and only put forth the 4 district maps because the council requested that we do so. But had we had the option, we would not have put forth any 4 districts. Secondly, I understand that the redistricting process that we've been considering tonight is not the proper venue for my suggestion. However, I would ask the council to take under serious consideration the adoption of the Moon Ridge community away from the county and bring that community into Half Moon Bay. It is part of our school system, it is part of our workforce, and their voices are not being heard here in town, and they need to be. So if you could put that on your future agenda, that would make a major difference to many, many people. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next speaker is Bill Balson.
Hi, my name is Bill Balson. I'm a resident of Ocean Colony. I would like to just amplify Deborah Penrose's comments about separating Ocean Colony and Kanata Cove. I know a lot of people in Kanata Cove, and I can assure you that they have the same joie de vivre and light-footed, airy step when they walk the coastal trail as anybody in Ocean Colony. Separating them would not be in anybody's interest, much less the city's. I'd also like to add, though, that Alsace-Lorraine, I have a lot of friends there, too. In fact, I have a lot of friends all over Half Moon Bay, so having at-large elections would be just fine with most people here. Don't know if that can happen, but we ought to look at it at least. The other question I would like to make or point out, I guess, is the committee did not have at hand the data that the consultant accumulated after the 2 maps were prepared. And so what the data reveals is that map 503B, the one that keeps together Ocean Colony and Kanata Cove, is the only map that achieves both the highest percentage of Hispanic of all the districts and the highest percentage of seniors defined by 60 and over. So moving to any other map would necessarily dilute both seniors and Latinos within Half Moon Bay. I think that's an important factor to keep in mind. I'd like to additionally add that the committee did a lot of hard work, and I appreciate that. But on the issue of communities of interest, I was not convinced that there was actually evidence in the record to support the move of Kanata Cove. For example, although there was a lot of talk about them being seniors, the data hadn't been aggregated by the consultant yet. And the only person that spoke that was a resident of Kanata Cove opposed moving Kanata Cove. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Next speaker is Sandra Winter.
Good evening, Mayor Ruddock and Council Members Brownstone, Jimenez, and Rahlbach, and Vice Mayor Penrose, and the city staff. First of all, I want to thank the Redistricting Advisory Committee for such thoughtful consideration of a very complex and important issue. My name is Sandy Winter, and I speak to you this evening in my capacity as Executive Director of Senior Co-Siders and someone who's passionate about issues affecting older adults. Population aging is one of the biggest social transformations in the 21st century. There are an increasing number of older adults in the world, and they are living longer. By 2050, older adults will outnumber children under the age of 14, and in the United States, demographers predict that as many as half of today's 5-year-olds can expect to live to the age of 100. The demographic information provided with the draft maps that are under consideration tonight indicate that currently 29% of Half Moon Bay residents are age 60 and older. Adapting the environments in which we live, work, and play to meet the needs of a growing older population is sound preparation to ensure we are best prepared for this demographic change. Thank you for your foresight in creating a task force to make Half Moon Bay an age-friendly city. Councilmember Rahlbach's contribution to this task force has been most helpful. For 45 years, Senior Co-Siders has supported successful aging for Co-Side seniors by providing opportunities, services, and resources that meet their needs, enrich their lives, fosters their independence, and respects their creativity, dignity, and value. This includes supporting civic participation by older adults to cultivate positive change. Civic engagement can help improve the conditions that influence health and well-being for all. As you consider the various redistricting options before you, we encourage you to ensure that seniors in our community are effectively and fairly represented so that their specific needs and interests are considered. We look forward to continuing to work with the city's elected leaders and staff to promote the interests of seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Next speaker is Michael Settles, who's also a committee member.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Michael Settles, and I am an RAC member. It has been my pleasure to work with the Half Moon Bay staff, the consultants, and our able chair and vice chair of this committee. I want to acknowledge and thank all the hard work that they have done, hours upon hours. I want to give special thanks to the public that throughout the last several months have provided a compassionate input to us. I hope that they feel that they have been heard. We think that we have created some options that would adhere to the comments that we have gotten. Based on that, as a senior and as a resident of Half Moon Bay, and as a member of the RAC, I am hoping that the council will support the 504C. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker is Jan Hansen.
Hi, this is Jan Hansen. I have submitted written comments, which I believe appear as attachment D to your staff report. So I will just try to summarize some of the main points here. I've been a Half Moon Bay resident for 7 years, have lived in Kenyatta Cove. I am speaking for myself and not on behalf of anyone else or any other organization. My first and probably most important comment is that I am in total awe of this redistricting advisory committee. From the first meeting I observed, I was just blown over by their qualifications, their backgrounds. I don't see any way it could have been in better hands. Excuse me. Chairman Holt did a beautiful job of moderating. Jessica Blair did her normal, wonderful job of giving guidance procedurally and technically and substantively. And the consultants have been, of course, very valuable also. My second point, kind of big picture items. I agree that ideally we wouldn't have to be going through this process at all, but we are. I also agree that it's been an extremely complex process. I think I've said all along, excuse me, the criteria and the parameters don't seem to be all consistent or with each other, and some things contradict other things. It's kind of like working a big Rubik's cube. And I was very happy to see that one of the advisory committee members is a chess master, because it has been like three-dimensional chess. My most important point, and I'll go into more detail as I have time, my most important point is maybe all of the criteria cannot be perfectly met, but I hope that Half Moon Bay will continue to function as a cohesive small town community and keep the interests of all residents in mind, rather than fracturing into competing interest groups. I'm confident that any future city council will function in that way, as it has done in the past, and that it will devote attention to people all ages, ethnicities, economic levels, and occupations. In a sense, I think the entire city of Half Moon Bay is a community of interest. About the moving of Kenyatta Cove into combined with another district up in South Main Street, I can see some advantages. I can see some disadvantages, which I've detailed more in my written comments. Mainly, the point is, each community, each neighborhood is very unique. We are not Ocean Colony. We are not the South Main Street housing. And in my comments, I gave more details about what it's like to live in Kenyatta Cove, because I live here. And I just encourage everyone to not be tempted to stereotype or generalize as we try to meet all these different objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Our next speaker is James Benjamin.
Good evening, Mayor Reddick, council members and staff. Thank you, Jessica, for doing such a great job keeping the ball rolling on tonight's meeting. To be very brief in my comments, +1 on Sandy's comments regarding senior co-siders, +1 on Mike's comments regarding 504. I was concerned with 2 of the maps that I saw. They went by pretty fast. I think one of them might have been 503B, one of them might have been 504B. They had this property that they cut the Casa del Mar neighborhood's western edge off and melded it onto a different district. And I understand that no map is going to be perfect, but as a resident of their area, it was really, I needed to have a closer look to understand what the rational affinity was, whether that really had there may be good reasons why that's natural, but it certainly didn't look like that when I stared at the map. So I'm going to want to have a closer look of that. I suspect that's part of why Mike suggested the map that she did. And given the great intellect that she has brought to that conversation, I'm inclined to support her just on her caring and insight. But I'll be looking at it more closely and look forward to commenting further. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Jimmy. And next speaker is Joyce Logan. Joyce, can you unmute yourself if you're there?
Jessica?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, thank you. Joyce Logan, I do live in Kenyatta Cove. I moved to Half Moon Bay in 2016, and it's been a very wonderful 5 years, active in volunteer groups of a variety. I have 4 points in favor of Kenyatta Cove and Ocean Colony being in the same district. One is contiguosity. We are together. This is the geographical area of Half Moon Bay, and to connect us with a thread to a mile away doesn't make sense to me. Ocean Colony and Kenyatta Cove are neighbors in the sense of emergency preparedness and response coordination activities. These are underway and ongoing. There are strong relationships being built by Kenyatta Cove emergency preparedness people and Ocean Colony emergency preparedness people. We are neighborhoods that are beside each other in the CERT organization. I think this is important that we not be separated for this election situation. There are similar interests, including home ownership. We own our homes. Ocean Colony own their own homes. And finally, I would hope that all and each city council member from whatever district would reflect and consider seniors in our community. And that what is good for seniors is universally good for others, such as curb cuts, good lighting, safe streets.
Joyce, did we lose you?
Joyce, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything. I'm through.
Okay. Thank you, Joyce.
Okay. That concludes public comment, Mayor Reddick. And just for a process check, we have completed the first two items of the staff recommendation, which were to receive the report and hold a public hearing. The third item of the third portion of the recommendation is to provide feedback and direction to city and consulting staff regarding additional maps, modifications to recommended maps, and or adoption of a draft map for future consideration. So we turn it over to the council now for deliberations and direction moving forward.
I'm actually going to recommend that we take a 5-minute break before we start deliberations. So can we be back here at about around 9:25, 9. All right. Thank you.
You're muted, Debbie.
I see Deborah and Robert.
It's Joaquin.
Joaquin, I'm just waiting on Harvey. Harvey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So Deborah Penrose, our vice mayor, has her hand raised. Deborah, do you want to start?
Yeah, thank you. Are members of the redistricting committee still available and online?
Yes.
Okay. Maren, I have a question before I start. That is, it's been stated that the committee unanimously decided that the only reason they came up with a 4-district map was because they were forced to by council, that they were all in favor of a 5-district map. And I'm wondering what the reason for that was.
I'm sorry. That's true. And so if you look at the order of maps that we gave, that's actually in order of what we liked in general. So 504C is by far the top. And we only chose the others, as you say, because of the fact that we had to. And if you try to draw the maps, if you play around with the mapping tool, you'll see that you can just, we felt like better represent the communities of interest and better represent the community of Half Moon Bay with 5 districts. Just by virtue of how the numbers fall out, by virtue of how the map is divided. I guess I don't know if I have a better answer than that. It's just kind of the technicalities of building the map. And so we liked the flexibility that the 5-district map gave us.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And I thought that might be your reasoning. I have to say that I didn't have to sit and redraw maps. I'm not on the committee, and it wasn't my job to do all of the work that you folks have done in order to make a decent job out of our redistricting dilemma. But the making of a map is not top for me. Where I'm coming from is a place where I don't want to do redistricting. I feel as if we're stuck in a bind, and I would like us to, at some point in the near future, look into possibly taking it to court and fighting it. But putting that aside, tonight's job is to pick among the maps. When I look at a 5-district map, what I see is a city divided into 5 parts. That's one more part than a city that's divided into 4 parts. That to me is dividing a city more than it should be divided. It shouldn't be divided at all. We're too small. But the less we divide it, the better. So I'm starting from that as my major premise. In addition to that, I see redistricting as a way to encourage division among neighborhoods, between neighborhoods. And so I'm in favor of having a mayor along with 4 districts. And I'm in favor of that because I think the city needs one unified voice, one person to be looking at the interests of every single one of the districts, the way we currently do as a council. And I think Jen Hansen said she thought that any council would be doing that in the future. I would hope so. I would hope so. In the best of worlds, that would happen. Every elected council member would be thinking about the city as a whole and not about their own particular district. So my sense is that the less you divide the city, the better. When I look at the maps themselves, and I have to find them right here on my screen because the one that I like the best is, which one is it? I think it's 403B, because that seems geographically to be the most contiguous and compact. Even though the district crosses Highway 1, none of the other districts do. And that seems like an advantage to me. It also seems simpler, and it keeps neighborhoods together that should be staying together. So those are my initial thoughts on it. I want to thank you all for the work you've done. I don't envy you the job you've had, and you've been amazing. It's just, to me, it's another example of the wonderful, intelligent, involved, hardworking folks who live here in Half Moon Bay. And it's so nice to see your new faces that I haven't seen before, and know that you're involved, and you're probably going to stay involved and help to run this city, because we sure need your help. And thank you.
Thank you. Can I respond just briefly to your initial concern? So regarding the...
It's up to the mayor.
Okay.
If you can make it quick.
Really quick. Would a rotating mayor within the 5-district model address your concern for somebody who is looking out for the entire city? This, as a 4-district with an elected mayor would do.
Yes, that would, but it does not solve the problem of dividing the city into too many districts, which is my main point.
Councilmember Rarbach, I believe you were next.
Thanks. I'm usually thought of as a contrarian, but this time I'm in complete agreement with the work of the committee. I'm in debt to them. I think they've really done a wonderful job. I agree that 5 districts would allow more opportunity to have communities of interest stick together. And so I agree with the unanimous decision of the committee to endorse the 5-district model. I also think that keeping Cañada Cove together with the South Main Street senior area is a sensible way of assuring that the senior community has a more unified voice. So I'm all in favor of 504C. I just really thankful to the committee for producing that map. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Rarbach, in a rare moment, I am in 100% agreement with everything you just said, and I appreciate it.
Right on.
There you go. New year, right? One of the key components of having this committee, we tried to come as close to a completely independent committee, remember? And there's some legal issues about what that technically looked like. But we came up with a model that I think was quite independent. And right at the beginning, I remember we literally used the words, council members need to keep their fingerprints off these maps. In fact, I think it was Councilmember Penrose who used that term, and it stayed with me and we did, because that's what preserves the integrity. And I really had no idea what you folks would end up with. But, when I hear the committee say, we had a real strong unanimous opinion for 5 districts, and I'm assuming maybe you did talk about the advantages of rotating mayor, and at-large mayor, but I've always been really concerned. We get elected here for 4 years, and it can be a lot of work. We get a small compensation for it. It's more of a sort of a nice gratuity than a salary, but and there's something about, I feel like it's nice that each person who gets elected therefore has a chance to develop into the role of mayor. It's actually one of the incentives, I think, to run and realize, I'll start out as a council member, then I'll learn how everything works, then I'll become a vice mayor and then a mayor. And I've certainly, been a participant in that process. Now I'll be in my 4th year, and I really enjoyed that. And I really trust that in a town this small, even though it's 5 districts, we all really are very focused and concerned about the interests of the whole city. Whether it's an issue around seniors, an issue around another, any other group, we all are concerned about those issues. I live out in the Miramar district. I care a lot about what goes on Poplar and Kelly, and I'm riding my bike all the time and seeing what's going on and everything going on in every other neighborhood. People at the other end of our city, pretty sure are concerned about things going on in Dunes Beach and the Marauder Bridge. Traffic. I just really trust that council members don't stay isolated in their interest, with a district. Also, I think, elections, the city's kind of had a weird history sometimes around, with the power of mayors, et cetera. And, I know in that survey, it said mayors are just a figurehead. I felt that was one part of that survey statement I couldn't disagree with more. A number of us have served as mayor, and it is a lot more than just a figurehead. We do get to make a lot of decisions and how council agendas are organized, and there's a fair amount of influence in that. And I think rotating every year it's a balance. It's a nice check and balance that nobody abuses that position. So I think it was a fantastic amount of work. And I agree with Harvey. I support the committee and its recommendation. I want to continue to keep my fingerprints off what they feel is the best map, and go with that and preserve the integrity of that. So that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, it seems like the new year we get to agree in a lot of things. Just to make it clear, my first time looking at these maps, it was when it was on the agenda. So my fingerprints are off these maps. And we do have I think we have the perfect, committee, for these maps. I think the knowledge, the participation, the input from all of you, in the recommendation that you have given us. I agree, again, with your recommendation of the map, 504C, having the 5 districts with the rotating mayor. It just gives us the opportunity, and it's not about dividing, our community. I'm all over the place, in Half Moon Bay. I visit every district in Half Moon Bay. More during the summer, I get to walk and ride my bicycle around town in different areas. and I get the opportunity to have conversations, with different members of different areas in Half Moon Bay. So, and I'm not just representing, District 3. I am representing Half Moon Bay as we all are. Anytime we step outside of Half Moon Bay, every single one of us are representing Half Moon Bay. We don't say, "Oh, I'm from District 3." We say I'm from Half Moon Bay. So I do agree. I do like the map. It's pretty similar, to the original map, from the election that we had in 2020. Not much of a difference on it. I think it's every district is well represented. So I do agree with the recommendation, 504C map. And thank you for your excellent work.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Okay, so I'm a little bit stunned that council members haven't addressed at all the community survey results. Some very serious issues that we've discussed in the last several months. It's always like, well, we've heard voters, we've heard from the residents, and this is what we want, and we have to follow the voters, right? So I'm going to tell you what I've been hearing from people and what my take is from the community survey. So, point one, public survey voiced clear opinion that Half Moon Bay is too small for districts. This seems obvious, but we're stuck with it. But I do think, I agree with Hal Bogner, we should be looking at what Santa Monica is doing in the courts and see if there's participation that we might, want to consider there. Two, public feels fewer districts are better. So 51.5% wanted 4 years, 4 districts in 2 years, and then another percentage, 4 districts in 4 years. Combined, they represent 69% of the response. So 69% of those participating in this survey wanted 4 districts. They wanted fewer districts, right? And 69% want to elect Half Moon Bay's mayor, right? That's pretty overwhelming. That's a super majority of those that were surveyed. I haven't seen any desire for a powerful mayor. The mayor that would be elected would be a mayor much as they are now. Nobody's advocating additional powers for the mayor or additional pay or anything like that. And I think the 4 district maps, they don't break up communities of interest. I don't see the point of redistricting as giving voice to a lot of separate, interests. I'm against balkanization. And, you say that I trust that our elected officials will represent all of us. But as you know, humans are subject to self-interest. I've heard everybody here defend self-interest. So the best way to counter balkanization and, focus on districts is to have one council member who is directly elected and directly accountable to the community. And that addresses the concerns in the community survey. There's a map developed by this wonderful committee that meets all those qualifications. And the other thing is, by having an elected mayor, you provide a counterbalance to city staff, to the city manager and city staff, right? There's a power relationship. So if you don't have someone who's directly accountable to the public, elected by everybody, or most everybody, you give strength to city staff. They're going to be there forever. You guys are going to rotate in and out. You might find that district elections are a little more volatile. You're not taking care of my street, I'm going to run and replace you, that kind of a thing. So I think it creates more stability, and it gives the mayor a chance to further advance the whole council's, missions and keep everybody on track to representing the community. So I'm with the vice mayor. I do not 5 districts at all. And part of that is just based on my own experience of politics and how politics operate and what doesn't and what those power relationships are. So I can't ignore the community survey results. And everybody I've talked to and people I followed up with, I didn't come across anybody who wanted 5 districts. So, we have a committee that spent a lot of time looking at complex details and complex concepts and weaving it together. But there's a bigger political picture around all of this and bigger political objectives. So I only want to see 4 district maps going forward. And that's where I'm coming down. So what I'm going to ask each of you is to tell me why you are discounting the results of the community survey. And I'm going to start with Councilmember Brownstone.
Who are you starting with?
I think Mayor Reddick is frozen, but I believe she said Councilmember Brownstone.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. Yeah, I respectfully disagree 100% with Mayor Reddick. The survey had 350 people respond. That's a very small response. I'm not sure.
Excuse me, Robert. You were frozen. We couldn't hear what you were saying. Do you mind starting over?
Oh, okay. I said that I respectfully disagree 100% with your position on an elected mayor versus a rotating mayor. Everyone I spoke with likes the idea of a rotating member, not an elected mayor. So I guess we spoke with different folks. The survey, you talk about a supermajority, it was 350 people who responded. And I don't know if they heard any kind of good debate between the advantages of a elected mayor or rotating mayor at the time they responded. That debate wasn't really, out there. So it's a pretty small sample. And, you want to call it a supermajority, it's of 350 people. So I'm not discounting it. But when you talk about, you said, well, human nature, people will, take on the interest of their district. Well, it's also human nature for people to allow special interests to impact their decision making. And I think when you have an elected mayor who's there for 2 or 4 years, there's actually greater opportunity for that. I've spoken to people in other cities here in the county. So Menlo Park was, same situation. They went for 5 districts and had a conversation about whether or not it should be an at-large or rotating mayor. I think Burlington came out of the same situation. So, these are pretty thoughtful people in these other cities, and I'm not discounting anything, but it was a pretty small survey result. And frankly, after, sometimes somebody pretty affable can be elected to a position like a mayor for 2 or 4 years, and then you may find out that their positions were pretty different from what you expected. And I think this country has lived through 4 years of some tough executives in the federal government, and wish that could have been 1 year instead of 4. So yeah, I feel that rotating is actually the balance. It is a check and balance. We have a good staff that all the time we talk about trusting. I don't think it matters if a mayor is there for 2 years or 1 year in terms of them checking staff. The city council as a whole can check staff. The city manager works for the city council. It's a built-in check right there. I don't think the fact that having an elected mayor makes that any more of a check and balance issue. I really didn't get that point. So no, I strongly support this idea of rotating and giving everyone a shot who gets elected to be mayor sometime.
Uh, 357 people is not a small sample. It's a much larger sample than the 12 people who opposed electrification. Okay,
It was much larger than 12 people, and I think 350 is a small sample for a city with thousands of elected voters. So sorry, I disagree on that.
Harvey, can you address the community survey results? You're muted.
I agree with former Mayor Brownstone. I think this survey is much less important in my estimation than the work of the people who we selected to be the Citizens Advisory Committee. They worked very hard for 6 months. They do represent the community. If you read some of the comments that Jessica just sent us from the individual the survey responses, I mean, a lot of them were just off the wall. It made no sense whatsoever. So while I respect the public in general, I think in this particular case, I have much more respect for the Citizens Advisory Committee, who've unanimously endorsed the 5-district model in no uncertain terms. They came from a variety of backgrounds, ages, sexes, everything. We picked them, and I have more respect for them in this particular case than the 350 odd responses that we got. So I'm, again, emphatically in favor of MAP 504C for all the reasons I just mentioned. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez, would you like to address the results of the community survey?
Yes, of course. Always thinking about, I believe one of the reasons the Half Moon Bay went into districts, was to be more equitable, give the opportunity, to community members to represent a specific group. If I remember correctly, back in 2018, I believe it was 18, when it was brought to our attention about doing districts in Half Moon Bay. At first, I did not agree, with having districts in Half Moon Bay, and I still, still have questions about that. But I do see on one side, I do see the benefit of giving the opportunity to community members from a certain area, to be elected, to represent a district. The survey that was done, I don't think it represents the whole community. It is still unfortunate the part of our community do not participate, in surveys like this. So the survey is not a direct representation of our community. So that's one of the reasons I did not agree with the survey. I believe I am very democratic, when it comes to making a decision. But in this case, the survey from the community, will not make my, impact my decision, to have 5 districts with the rotating mayor. I'm new in politics, as you know, but I'm not new in seeing the inequalities in communities. So no, the work that I've seen, that I've done, advocacy, does not give me any reason, to have a large mayor to be voted in for 2 years or 4 years. It could be the opportunity to have a member of our community to represent, to be the mayor, for 1 year and create balance. Everybody, that rotation. So no, like I said, the survey, I'm not really fan of surveys sometimes. This is one of those surveys that I don't see representing in our community. Even if it was, what's the population of Half Moon Bay? 12,000. That's our population. Maybe with a voting group of, let's say, half of that, 6,000. So 350 out of 6,000, what's that representing? So I'll stay. My decision is, with the 5 districts with that rotating mayor, and that will create a balance. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Penrose, the community survey.
Yeah, I have faith that the survey was done in a professional way, the way all surveys that the city attempts to do are done. And so I'm a strong believer in listening to the public. I think 69% of 350 people is, it's a statement. I don't think you can ignore it. If it was 52%, I might have some problems with it, but it wasn't. It was 69%. So, that's my response to the survey. And my feelings on the districting. I too see dividing the city into 5 districts, giving it the potential for dividing the city into districts who are not in accord with one another, and where one district's interests might be ignored because 4 districts don't care about that district's interests. It seems to me it's a divisive thing to do. It's something none of us really wanted to do. We're stuck with it right now. And so I see the less division we do, the better. And I see a 2-year mayor as a good balance to that dividing and a unifying factor. I also think that I don't like the idea of a 4-year mayor. I think that's a long period of time to have somebody in office that everyone on council may not agree with. But that could happen for 1 year as well, and it hasn't so far. But I think the reason it hasn't so far is that all of us were elected, with the exception of Joaquin. We were all elected by the city at large. So all of us see the city as our constituents. And hopefully, when we do districting, that will happen as well. But I don't think it's a natural result of it. And I think that it's just as likely that there will be division. And I don't like to see that in a town this small. I don't think it's productive.
I'd like to make a recommendation. So, as you heard from me, I think it's important to balance not just what the committee is recommending, and they were given a charge, both 5 and 4 districts. So I'd like to honor both the recommendation of the committee and the community survey. And my recommendation, I'd like to get your feedback, is to carry forward for more input from the public. What is it, 503C that is the preferred of the committee?
504C.
Sorry?
504C.
Okay. Take that map and also map 402 and identify it as a 2-year mayor, 4 district mayor, and take both of those maps and get some public feedback on it. More public feedback. So now that we have maps, you were criticizing the fact that the survey was done before the maps. Now that we have maps, give the public a chance to take a look at both options.
Yep.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to do that. I'd rather make a motion right now that we give instruction to staff to proceed with the map that the vast majority of our redistricting council approved. And I'll make that motion now. I move that we move forward with that map. Is there a second?
A second.
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Could I have a roll call, please?
To clarify the motion, Councilmember Brownstone, this would be to move forward with bringing map 504C to the council for adoption.
Yes.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
No.
Mayor Reddick?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Is there any other outstanding business related to this item that we need to address before moving on?
There's not.
Okay. So let's take a look at the agenda. Okay.
I believe our city attorney is up.
Yeah, so item 2B, sign ordinance.
Yes, thank you. I'll be presenting this item and I'm going to ask Colleen to pull up my slides. Thank you. All right, so this is overall a cleanup item on the sign ordinance, which is of course part of your municipal code. Next slide, please. As background, the city sign ordinance was adopted in 2010. It has not been comprehensively updated since that time. And this has been actually kind of a project that's been on my desk for pretty much since I started as city attorney almost 5 years ago. Changes are needed to reflect current legal requirements and also to clarify certain things and standardize sign requirements. Next slide. In terms of the legal requirements, the main case actually was decided by the US Supreme Court in 2015. This is called the Reed decision. If you're into sign ordinance, you've probably heard about it. And that case held that municipal sign ordinances need to treat non-commercial signs equally, regardless of their message. That generally means content neutral provisions for non-commercial signs. Non-commercial signs would be political signs, community event signs, that kind of thing. It is okay for cities to treat commercial signs more strictly than non-commercial signs. But this decision essentially has caused cities throughout the country to take a closer look at their sign ordinances and make sure that the provisions for non-commercial signs are content neutral. Next slide. All right, so we have several examples in our sign code where we do treat our non-commercial signs based on the content of their message. There are several examples here on the slide, but the one that really I think actually was the impetus for this update has to do with our election signs. So our provisions regarding election signs. So these, of course, are temporary signs. Our current code says that election signs may be placed up to 45 days before the election and then must be removed 7 days afterwards. Well, we discovered in the 2020 City Council election that this was problematic. This 45-day period was problematic on substantive grounds. And then, of course, is also the legal issue that it's content-based. But the substantive issue came up with, well, 45 days actually isn't really enough time, given that we now have all mail ballots with folks getting their ballots in August. And if you're really on top of things and not a procrastinator, you might actually return your ballot before folks are even allowed to put up election signs. So in 2020, the city clerk and I actually conferred on this and decided that we would not be enforcing that provision of our sign code. It didn't make sense, and it was also content-based and likely unlawful under Reed. So that was the impetus there for this change. And I'll just say that the current the staff proposal in the sign code updates provides for a 90-day period for temporary signs. It's not content-based. We don't say before the election, but basically you can probably do the math, and the idea is that folks could put up signs in early August and have them 90 days basically through the election, and then need to take them down shortly after the election. And that 90-day period is consistent with a lot of other cities that we looked at. We looked at Redwood City and San Mateo, which both had that 90-day period. There were a few cities we looked at, there were 60 days, but our staff recommendation is that 90-day period for temporary signs. All right, next slide. All right, so I think I kind of already got ahead of myself. Yeah, like I said, many jurisdictions in San Mateo County have already done these updates. So we were able to borrow some language from them, the ones that did a good job of making sure their ordinances were content neutral. One thing that these jurisdictions have done, and which is best practice, is to include a message substitution provision that says that any non-commercial message can be placed on any sign type allowed under the code if the sign otherwise complies with the code. And that's basically a fix for instances where we do have provisions that might more restrictively treat non-commercial signs than commercial signs. This is basically a fix that would make those provisions constitutional under this message substitution provision that we're proposing in this update. Next slide. All right, so generally this is a cleanup. The cleanup provisions are not intended to change any of the substance of our sign code. Next slide. So basically, there are 5 things I outlined them in the staff report that this cleanup would do. 1, it would clarify and update definitions. 2, it would remove those content-based restrictions on non-commercial signs that do not require permits, and it would update requirements for commercial signs. Generally, we're not trying to change anything substantive on any of these provisions. 3rd, add that message substitution provision that I mentioned to comply with the Supreme Court decision. 4, this is new. It would create an exception to allow advertising on bus shelters. This issue came up, I figured since we were doing this cleanup, we discovered that our sign ordinance, well, it prohibits offsite commercial advertising, which basically means no billboards here in Half Moon Bay. Because of that provision, we have gotten requests or questions from Samtrans. Well, hey, we might be able to provide a new bus shelter, but one of the conditions is that you have to allow advertising on that bus shelter, and our sign code was not compatible with that. So we are proposing an update to allow that limited exception for advertising on bus shelters. Also off-site advertising for real estate signs, which wasn't expressly said, but it is allowed under our code as it always has, that has been the practice, just documenting that is the practice. And then finally adds a severability provision. So those are the 5 things it does. Next slide. So for you, I will request if you have any clarifying questions, I could take those now and then open it up for a public hearing.
So do any council members have questions of Catherine regarding this action? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. And
I'm sorry, I do have one. Is there anything, the policy about the size of signs?
Yes, so it is allowable to have restrictions on size of signs. Absolutely. Those are content neutral provisions. So we do have, the code, we didn't actually try to change anything in the current code, kept the same size restrictions. Those weren't a problem under the Reed decision.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I will open the public hearing at this point.
There are no public speakers, Mayor.
No public speakers. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
And Colleen, if you want to advance the slide, I do have a staff recommendation.
Okay, so is there further discussion or questions, or would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we introduce on first reading an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Municipal Code, that is signs and advertising structures.
Second.
Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodak,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So moving on to the next item that has to do with the agreement with El Centro de Libertad for Community Response Pilot Program.
I'm going to bring over Jeff Essex, who's the executive director. Takes a second. There we go. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. Really excited to be before you tonight. Tonight is, I don't want to call it the culmination of a lot of work, but it's a really great milestone in a lot of hard work that's gone into the last couple of years that dates back to the middle of 2020 with the unfortunate killing of Sandra Harmon and the Black Lives Matter movement across the country and here locally, and your council's leadership in doing community outreach and doing work in relation to public safety and law enforcement. There's been a bunch of community meetings, focus groups, listening sessions, and public and city council meetings and subcommittee meetings where we've gathered a ton of feedback, and you provided direction in July of this year or of last year to pursue an alternative response program to address calls for mental health services here on the coast. And we went back to one of our focus groups around mental health, which is a really great group of health practitioners, nonprofits, and service providers, as well as community members here on the coast side. And through their feedback and our efforts, we landed on a community responder model similar to the Cahoots model. And in that July meeting, if you remember, we had a representative from Cahoots in Oregon who have successfully responded to mental health calls to 911 in the Eugene, Oregon area for more than 30 years. And that's the model we're pursuing. And after discussions with our local nonprofit service providers, we landed on El Centro de Libertad, which is a local drug abuse counseling and services nonprofit that's based out of Redwood City, but has had an office on the coast side for, I believe, more than 20 years. And we're really excited about a partnership with them. And I've got Jeff Essex here. He's the executive director of El Centro to introduce to you their organization, describe the CARES program, which is the pilot that we are proposing to move forward. And then I will share the details of an agreement that we have drafted and negotiated with them that we hope you will move forward with tonight. Jeff, I'm going to turn the time over to you for a brief presentation.
Okay, and it will be very brief because we're way past my bedtime.
Madam Mayor, council members, and city leadership, thank you for the invitation to be here this evening. El Centro de Libertad has been in business a long time in San Mateo County. We started out in Redwood City back in 1999. We saw the need for substance use treatment and co-occurring mental health disorder treatment on the coast side in Half Moon Bay, and we opened up our Half Moon Bay offices, and we've been there ever since. In Half Moon Bay, we primarily provide outpatient drug and alcohol treatment, intensive outpatient drug and alcohol treatment, domestic violence, 52-week courses for folks on probation, parenting classes, anger management classes, and prevention education in the schools. We partner with all of the CBOs in the community because we know that we cannot get the job of serving the community and meeting the needs by ourselves. So we are regularly partnering with Life Moves and ALAS and Coastside Hope and the Coastside Clinic and all the folks in that section of the county to make sure that what we're doing is on track with the needs of Half Moon Bay. The idea that's been that we've come up with is closely modeled after the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon. And I'll give it to you real simple. Somebody in a mental health crisis, a family member of somebody in a mental health crisis, or a community member that notices somebody in a mental health crisis will instinctively call 911 to get services to them. Traditionally, those responses have been the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, fire trucks, ambulances, lights, a bunch of fanfare, and all of that makes it really difficult to de-escalate a situation and to stabilize the situation. We're proposing that the calls going into 911 are screened by 911 at the Public Safety Communications Center. And then for those that meet the criteria that would be appropriate for a CARES response, those calls would be dispatched directly to our folks in the field. We would go over and we would do an immediate assessment of the scene to make sure that it is truly a call that's appropriate for civilian staff. And the types of calls I'm talking about are folks that are feeling suicidal, maybe have full suicidal ideations, parents that have children that are acting strange. Maybe they suspect that there's drug use in play. Store owners that have somebody in front of their business that's making their customers nervous, but know they're not a threat and know there isn't a crime taking place and know there isn't violence and know there isn't a medical emergency. Those are the types of calls we're going to get. Will be dispatched primarily on the Sheriff's Department's primary channels. So the deputies in the area are going to know who is going where, and they'll be able to float in the neighborhood and provide assistance if we need to elevate it for a more traditional response. And on the flip side of that, the deputies will have the ability to ask for a CARES unit on a call that is appropriate for us where they may have been sent first. And we'll be able to relieve them so they can clear and go about doing the things that we need the sheriff's deputies to be doing. We're going to be de-escalating the scene using common internationally accepted practices, and we're looking to stabilize. We're not providing treatment, it's de-escalation, it's stabilization, and then the next day, or even later that night, we're going to be looking to connect these folks to the community services that are best going to provide them the support that they need to get out of the mental health emergency loop that may have been playing for years and years. It'll be a holistic approach. We're going to take a look at everybody in the home and find out what is needed in that home to get the scene stabilized for the night and then get them connected. We'll be doing follow-up calls the next day. We'll be stopping back by with their consent and saying, you know, how are things going? Did you get connected to BHRS on a county level? Did they run into any red tape that they now need us to usher them through the door and do the warm handoff and make sure that connection is made? These are all the things that we're going to be doing. Matthew's going to talk a little bit more about the data points that we're looking to collect. This is going to be right now, it's funded for a 7-month pilot program. Of course, we're looking at some bigger funding later in 2023. That's the short version of the CARES program. We're very excited about it. My staff are crazy about it. And so we're looking forward to this partnership. That's it for
Thank
me.
you, Jeff. And I'll cover a few more points and then we'll take questions and we'll keep Jeff on the whole time. So just so that we're clear on what we're talking about, the community responder model is a mobile team of a mental health responder and an EMT. In the case of the CARES program that we're proposing, Jeff will always have at least one member in the van, bilingual, Spanish and English. We think that's really, really important. The training that they get will cover a variety of topics, including cultural competency, which we think is very important. Ultimately, we determined that doing this through 911, at least initially, was the right approach. The retraining and re-education that would be required to have people call some other number, we were afraid that it just wouldn't make it through. It's something we can explore later, but initially the model seems to be best suited to go through 911. There will be an immense amount of coordination between the sheriff, Coastside Fire District, and county EMS. We've already been in contact with them several times, and they're supportive and looking forward to working with us. And again, the focus is on stabilization and connection to services, as opposed to punitive approaches that put people into the criminal justice system unnecessarily. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is to prevent tragedy here on the coast in the future. With the funding that's available, we're proposing a 7-month pilot at 40 hours per week. The days and times will be determined based on some data we're gathering from public safety communications in the sheriff's office. We're looking at probably a shift that includes part of the weekend and mostly like a swing shift going into the evenings. The initial pilot will be restricted to the Half Moon Bay city limits. Ultimately, we think the entire coastside needs to be included, but we want to start small and be successful and then scale it appropriately. The one caveat to all of that is we've received permission from the county and the sheriff's office to include Moonridge as part of that response. We heard earlier the connection the city really has to that farm worker community, and in the history there with Llanera Serrano and other incidents, we just feel like it's appropriate. We've been in contact with Mid-Peninsula Housing, who are ecstatic that we're going to be bringing that program to Moonridge, and will be working with us on outreach and education for the community. As far as funding, you set aside $75,000 in the general fund this year for this purpose. And we have been generously matched by Supervisor Horsley in the county for another $75,000, and that'll be going for approval and distribution in February. And what that allows us to do is to do a 7-month pilot. So we're really excited and appreciative for that. We've also submitted for a grant with the federal and state mental health programs that would allow us to expand this to a full 1-year pilot and maybe some additional hours. And we should hear back on that grant request soon. And as we research this, there are lots of grants that may be appropriate popping up. So we'll continuously pursue funds to supplement what's already been provided and expand the program. Our recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to finalize and execute an agreement with El Centro for the community responder pilot program at a cost not to exceed $150,000 for a term beginning March 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2022. This contract will allow Jeff and his team to finalize their preparations, hire the appropriate additional staff, get equipment lined up and other purchases lined up so that we can kick off hopefully around March 1st. And we have a few loose ends to tie up around insurance and liability, and we're working with our JPA insurance provider to nail that down. And this Friday, we'll be meeting with the mental health focus group, which we're now calling the mental health work group for the coast side, to talk about outcomes and data measures for this program. We feel like their expertise is going to be really helpful in helping us gather baseline data to make sure this program is successful and informing other programs that are going on throughout the county. And with that, we'd like to take your questions.
Wow, thrilling. I see some council member hands raised. Vice Mayor Penrose, your hand up first.
Yes, Jeff, I am so tickled that you're on board. I just can't tell you how happy this makes me. Matthew, excellent, excellent work. It's been 2 years, I think, that we've been working on this. It feels like forever, but it was worthwhile. We came out with a program that I think is just excellent, and I couldn't be happier. I think it is a program that is designed to work, to actually be effective. The couple of points that I was going to make were, let's use 911. So thank you for that thinking. I think it's very difficult to train people to call some other number when they're thinking in terms of an emergency. That number is embedded. I'm also very grateful that Moonridge has been included. And my reason for that is not just that they're contiguous, but that Urena Serrano's death was one that could have been prevented, hopefully, with a team like El Centro involved. That's the work that we need to do, and that's just fabulous. Thank you, Don Horsley, for your $70,000. That's great. I hope we can make this into more than a 7-month pilot program. I think it's something that we need to be doing on the entire coast side. And I did have one question for Jeff. You mentioned working with all the nonprofits on the coast. Do you also work with Puente?
Jeff, you're muted.
You muted yourself, sorry.
Yeah.
I was unmuted and then I hit the button. It's late, folks. Okay. We've collaborated with Puente and the Coast Side collaborative meetings. We haven't done any partnership directly with them right now. I know they're primarily in the Pescadero area, and they will certainly be one of the agencies that we look to form a strong partnership with as we expand this program outside of the city limits up to the tunnels and down to the county line.
Great. Great. I appreciate that, because I think that a lot of people in Pescadero consider themselves part of Half Moon Bay, just as a lot of folks in Montara and El Granada do. We're all one coast and we are contiguous. So thank you. I'm excited to see this going forward. I can't wait. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Arbach.
I completely agree with just about everything that the Vice Mayor said. I don't want to waste more time, but I certainly approve of having 911 be the mechanism that gets this thing started. The only additional comment I would make is I think it's really important that we get good feedback on how the program works over the 7 months so that we can convince other communities and ourselves for keeping the program going. So if you can show success that we've really helped people who otherwise would be in the criminal justice system, I think that's great. But I'm really enthusiastic about this program, and I'm deeply appreciative to Matthew, to El Centro, to all the people who've worked hard to get this going. So thank you all.
Thank you. And Mayor, may I respond quickly to that comment? One thing we didn't share, but El Centro really astutely noticed was a need for, as you said, good feedback and evaluation of the program. And so part of the funding is going to go towards an outside program evaluator who will help us throughout the program evaluate things, and at the end be able to provide that third-party arm's length, really professional evaluation that, as you mentioned, will help us find more funding and get more credibility as we try to expand it. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. Well, I've had the opportunity to meet El Centro's staff, Jeff, Luis, Thelma, and a few other names that I don't remember right now. and I'm looking forward to to this program. They already started doing community engagement, meeting the community, going out into the community, introducing themselves, working and collaborating with other organizations in the coast. And I'm really looking forward to this, this pilot program to be implemented in our community. I know you can count on me to help you, become a success, on this pilot program that will eventually be implemented across the coast side. We like to recognize, from the tunnel, to the county line, Santa Cruz, and working with organizations in the South Coast, Puente, or other organizations here in the North Coast, Central Coast. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited, and I'm very happy that Moonridge was included part of the pilot program. I know Tony Serrano is very happy. He's very excited, that he's going to be doing some collaboration with you. And when the Yanira Serrano Presente program was introduced to the city, it was a step forward, to having a program like yours come to our community. CARES is going to be a success, and I think our community will be greatly appreciative of, having a program like yours. And we are here. I'm here to support as much as possible. And I want to thank you for all your great work. Matthew, thank you. I know you've been doing a lot of work around this, and looking for the best, programs to support our community. So thank you.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Yeah, I'm delighted with the outcome that we have here. I think mental health issues are probably the most underfunded and underserved issues in our country. And having a program that's modeled after a successful program like Cahoots is really a terrific start. And I love everything that Jeff talked about. I think we have a lot of resources. It's great that we'll have a van. I think it'll be a very proactive presence in our community where folks can react before issues get worse. I think the sheriffs will be very relieved to have this service in place. It'll only augment, their services, and I think it's great. I think we have a grant writer, we have a contract grant writer, and I'm sure grants get written to programs that are successful. So we'll figure out measures that meet those grant requirements. I have little doubt that the county will continue to fund this program because they know we're not a full service city. And to Vice Mayor Penrose's comments, we need a coast-side solution that goes even beyond our city limits. And that's where the county comes into play. And if they see a successful program out there, they also get grants. So I just really have no doubt that this will be a successful program. We'll have great results, and we'll get continued funding to both expand and make it a permanent program. So congratulations to everyone who worked on this and made it happen. I'm grateful.
What can I say after all? I agree with all of it. And what's more, your confidence about it makes me feel confident about it. The excitement in your organization and taking this on, and the commitment, is thrilling and makes me feel really good about it and good about the prospects. So we'll be watching, closely, looking for other ways to help out, and wishing you, all the success, and our residents too. It's going to be a godsend. So really thrilled. Thank you for everybody who's worked hard on this, Matthew. I know it's been really intense, and happy about it. Thank you for all you do. So onward and upward. And I guess we need Motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to finalize and execute an agreement with El Centro de Libertad for a community responder pilot program at a cost not to exceed $150,000 for a term beginning March 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2022.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
You're muted, Deborah.
Mayor Reddick.
Absolutely.
Motion carries.
Right. Yay.
Thank you. And I would be remiss, as always, if I didn't share the credit, because everything we do here is such a team effort. And this has been really cool because it's allowed me to leverage some really unique skills that our city manager's office team has. Karen Decker, who had a long history in mental health services in the nonprofit sector before she came to the city, is really leading our data and program evaluation efforts alongside El Centro. Victor Gaitan, as you know, works so closely with all the nonprofits, and he's got an important role coordinating all of that. And then Corey Stalker, who's our public safety analyst, she plays a really important role because there's so many other first responder organizations involved. So this is a very unique project. Everybody's very excited about it, but it's actually pretty cool to see that El Centro is more excited than we are, which is perfect. That's perfect because they're the boots on the ground and they're the ones that are going to bring the credibility to this program to the community. So thank you.
Thank you, team, and go team. Yeah. See y'all soon. All right, let's move on here. Okay, so commission and committee updates. Do we have anything?
Madam Mayor, we don't have any committee updates this evening.
Okay, are there any city council reports?
I'm not sure if this is a report, but the agenda indicates that there's a letter from the city manager to the city council about the city council taking jurisdiction for the Poplar Street project.
Yeah, that's coming.
That's coming. Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. So I don't have a city council report, but I would like to, one of the things we're supposed to be doing, and we've been pretty lax, is if you're serving on another, committee, whether it's a county committee or, in the case of Sam, you need to be reporting out at council meetings about what's going on at your meetings. Now, most of these committee assignments are only for like one meeting a month, but you should be prepared at least, one meeting a month to talk, to give the council a report on the activities, and it can be brief, the activities of the committee to which you're assigned. So I'm gonna try to hold everybody to that. And that wouldn't be like the subcommittee so much as it would be the actual appointments to other boards and commissions and things. And before I move on to the next item, one thing that I didn't recognize during the redistricting item was acknowledgement Jessica Blair, our city clerk, about all the intense hard work and working even weekends and evenings and things on this redistrict project. And she deserves a lot of credit for how it came together and how it was executed. And I just think it was excellent, excellent work. And I just want to say thank you so much, Jessica. And then in this next item, communications to the city council, I am recused from engagement with this issue. And so I'm going to pass the gavel to our vice mayor. And at the conclusion of that, she will adjourn the meeting. So Deborah, I'm leaving. I'm passing it on to you. And the rest of you have a good evening and see you next time. So long.
I have closed my agenda packet, so I don't have it in front of me. can we put something up on the screen? Is going to be a staff report?
I can make some verbal comments, Madam Vice Mayor. It is the last item on the agenda before adjournment. And what is on the agenda is it's called Poplar Project CDP Memo - City Manager. There's a link and there's a one-page memo that was in your packet. We could certainly put it up on the screen if the council needs access to the memo, but I can make some short comments if you want me to, or if you want to start with yourself or the council, you can do it that way as well.
Why don't you make a couple of comments?
Sure. So the memo before you, and this is obviously for the benefit of the public as well, the memo is to the mayor and the city council from myself, and it references a planning commission meeting December 14th, so just over a month ago. And at that meeting, the planning commission considered the Poplar Street Traffic Calming and Safety Project, or the Poplar Project. And this is a project that's been in the city CIP for a number of years, probably 4 years. It predates me, probably 4 years. And in part, a grant was received. I mean, I think this project was probably in the CIP before the grant was received, but I understand at some point we applied for and received a grant specifically for these kind of traffic calming and safety projects. And so then it certainly got life in the CIP and became a part of our work plan. And in essence, the concept of the project has always been to do right-of-way improvements along the Poplar corridor from Main Street to the beach. And the focus, I guess, has delineated between what is the easterly portion of that section east of Highway 1 and the westerly section, because they are different. And I think there has been some different treatments in terms of the design recommendations and treatments that they should receive. But in essence, the concept has been to do right-of-way improvements that would enhance this corridor for pedestrian, for non-motorized access, for pedestrians, for bicyclists. It's a main corridor that serves the beach, as everyone knows. I won't go into a lot of detail on that, but that has been the concept, and it's my understanding that the grant was specifically for these types of projects. And so it includes, as I said, there's a lot of sections on this corridor that don't have sidewalks. And the design includes, different treatments for different blocks in terms of maybe decomposed granite paths, landscaping, and then also, as it's called, traffic calming ways. They looked at ways to calm the traffic. So it is busy in the summer, as we all know. And so one of the main treatments, I won't go into a lot of detail, has been to consider traffic circles at several of the intersections. They're kind of mini roundabouts, if you will. And the idea is that that aids in slowing traffic down and provides a more pedestrian-friendly corridor for people who are trying to get to the beach who don't live near the beach. So that's a little bit long-winded, but I thought I'd give the concept of the project. So that project has been in the works for, like I said, 3 to 4 years. The pandemic has certainly slowed its progress over the last 2 years. But it did go before the Planning Commission for the first time on December 14th. At that meeting, the project was presented to the Planning Commission, and they reviewed it, provided comments on the plan. There were lots of comments, I guess, I somewhat questioning not the concept of the project, but the design solution, and comments like, this is not quite what we're looking for. But there was also many constructive comments about how to improve it. And so the Public Works Department has gone back to the drawing board, so to speak, and they are working to incorporate the comments they heard. The memo in front of you is a recommendation from me that the final determination and the permit for this project be transferred up to the city council. And I recommend that if that was done, that it would come back to the city council on February 14th. So in the memo, I say I make that recommendation for several reasons, and I would argue those reasons are interrelated. But the main reason is that there are 21 individual agreements between the city and property owners who live on Poplar Avenue. And these agreements have quite a history. They go back, I think the first one goes back possibly to 1971, so 50 years. And these agreements have been conditions of approval over time with each property when they received certain entitlements or permits to build their homes or additions or things like that. And the essence of these agreements are that when the city comes in to do improvements to Poplar Avenue in the right-of-way, as we are proposing now, that the property owners would pay for the improvements in front of their properties. So we're at a point where the design is proceeding, the Planning Commission reviewed it, and time is of the essence to some degree because of the grant, and we need to spend the grant at some point. There's some restrictions on that. But the question is, it's a very relevant question of exercising those agreements now. That's why we have them, and that was the purpose of those agreements. So after that Planning Commission meeting, through conversations with the city attorney and our community development director, our internal staff, the question came up, okay, how do we address these agreements? And is it time to exercise them? And it is appropriate to exercise them, and so forth and so on. And so the conclusion was that there's a policy question here really for the council on exercising these agreements. I think the simple answer is we would simply exercise the agreements, but there's questions about how much each would pay and how we would do that. And there are certainly, in my mind, equity issues and fairness issues of moving ahead with this project, given that we received a grant and given that the project has progressed in a way we probably didn't imagine back in 1971 about exercising the grants. And so certainly before we would send bills to each of these property owners, I believe that the council needs a presentation on this subject so we can provide some analysis, some options, and the council can give us direction on whether or not to exercise these agreements and how to go about doing it. And I really think that the key is that that's connected to the timing of this project and us needing to expedite it. And also it's connected to the review that we just received from the Planning Commission and the need to issue the project coastal development permit. So that's the main reason. Like I said, there's reasons that are interrelated in my opinion, and it led to that conclusion that the best course of action would be to follow paragraph 2 in your memo, which the city attorney wrote in terms of the proper mechanism to kick this up to council, have a hearing, and at that time, like I said, our recommendation would be to receive the plans, provide feedback, hold a public hearing, and eventually issue the project a coastal development permit and provide direction after we were to proceed into construction on exercising the 21 agreements. Sorry for the longer version there, but I thought it was appropriate to get it all out now, and now you can discuss it as appropriate.
Council members? Councilmember Brownstone.
Yeah, just one quick comment. I know there was a letter that we received today. I don't know if everyone had seen it from Jimmy Benjamin regarding the various codes that allow the city manager acting on behalf of the council to refer this up to us. And I did ask Catherine for an opinion on that. And Catherine, just might be worth, my understanding was that yes, the city manager does have the authority under our existing codes. to act on the city's behalf to make this recommendation that it be referred up to us. Did I get that right?
Yeah, well, in this case, the city is the applicant.
Right.
And so the city manager is acting, on behalf of the applicant in making this request. There's a portion of the code that talks about, who has original jurisdiction for CDPs. Most of the time, that's the Planning Commission. There is a language in the code regarding, well, if there are other discretionary permits that would be issued, then the city council may have original jurisdiction. There's also an opportunity for applicants to appeal decisions of jurisdiction. And so that's the authority that the city manager is relying on. This is a case of first impression for the city, so I'm not aware of any other time that this code language has been used, to bring things up, because as normally the Planning Commission decides on CDPs, which are then of course appealable to the City Council. So this is a request. In my view, the City Council has the discretion to grant the request, in which case this would come back, I understand, on February 15th, or it will also have discretion to deny the request, either because, it's a policy matter, doesn't feel like it's appropriate to decide at a first instance, or it reads the code differently, more narrowly than as stated in the request.
Right. Good. I just wanted to get that out there based on that letter, and make sure that either way, whichever decision we decide to do, referred back to the Planning Commission or referred back to us at this point, that it's all legal and good. So great, thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Brownstone, I'm going to thank you for your comments, and thank you, Catherine, for that clarification. I'm going to open this up for public speakers because there are public speakers on it. Are there any clarifying questions from council? Does everybody understand what we're doing tonight?
Yes.
You have a question, Councilmember Rohrbach?
No, you asked if we understood what we're doing tonight, and I said, yes, we do understand.
Okay, good, thank you. Then we can open it up to public speakers.
Thanks. The first speaker is Hillary.
Hey there. I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. It's been great to attend this meeting and really see ways in which the city has been responsive to the community in some of the projects that have been spoken of earlier tonight. It's way past my bedtime, but I just had to sit in and say that I attended that Planning Commission meeting last month or early in December. And the thing that I am concerned about this evening is just that I don't feel that the city's project reflects the community's feedback in the way that all the other presentations have done tonight. I attended all of the meetings related to Poplar Street, and community members asked for there to be no widening of the streets and great attention put on speeding vehicles and making sure that the traffic calming was happening. No one wanted extra parking. And some of the mitigation methods that the city proposed for traffic calming included adding additional parking all along Poplar Street and widening the street by 16 feet, if I believe, but it's late, so don't quote me on that exact number. And the reason that these things matter to me is that when talking about moving this project forward, I really feel like there needs to be attention paid to the community, and it concerns me to think that this project could be put in your hands without reference to any of those things. It's just really important that we get this right, because once we pave all that additional street, we can't unpave it. The city's website has the feedback from the community on it someplace. And I really urge people to note what has been done, because it just seems to me that if the city were actually paying attention to that feedback in this process, then they would have gotten it right the first time and not just tried to move this on to the city council now when they didn't like incorporate it, and then people got upset and noticed it again. And while there was a lot of comments that happened at the planning commission meeting, none of that feedback was new. So I don't know exactly what's going on. And I'm really disappointed because the city has done such a fantastic job listening to the community with Magnolia Park, with Smith Field, with all the stuff that we just heard. So why Poplar Street has been such an unusual situation surprises me. And I just urge you to think about those factors when making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Ablovi.
Thanks, Jessica. Mr. Nesbitt, I got to give you credit. That is some of the most capable revisionist history I have ever heard. You managed to talk for almost 5 minutes without once actually identifying what the issue was. First, staff presented a schlock project that never would have been approved had it been submitted by a private individual. Maps lacked dimensioning. Critical pieces of the proposed project were inaccurate or missing completely. And the commission did their job professionally in finding the proposed CDP application to be lacking. Second, after what may be the most qualified planning commission in HMB history made their concerns clear regarding the project, Mr. Dowdy suddenly felt that he should voice concerns about the ethics of this process, despite staff being fully aware of the potential conflict of interest for the 3 years this project has been in progress. Yet somehow this concern about ethics didn't seem important until the commission made it clear that they were not going to do what the city wanted them to do by rubber stamping this project. Third, I want to speak to you about ethics. If a city manager used city resources to illegally electioneer on behalf of a ballot measure that the city placed onto the ballot, that would be highly unethical. Planning commissioners doing the job they have been appointed to do in the face of immense pressure from city staff to approve a poorly prepared project application is not unethical. It is what they were appointed to do. Hopefully that brings some clarity to the reasoning behind and my frustration why you and Mr. Dowdy owe the planning commissioners a written apology. Like yesterday, you're throwing them under the bus. This letter and the unfounded whispered allegations that accompany it are a blatant attempt to conceal the city's failure, your failure, to provide a complete project that is ripe for approval. You should be collectively ashamed at what you are trying to do here. Thankfully, this council is filled with bright people who are fully capable of grasping that the idea of throwing their own appointed commissioners under the bus is contradictory to the ethos of public service, which they and the entire planning commission, and not you, share. I ask the council here to firmly reject this effort and to rebuke you publicly for what you have done. If I sound angry, it's because I am. I know those planning commissioners, and they are some of the most ethical and upstanding people I have ever met. I would give anything to meet their level of honesty and integrity, and you have done them a dishonor. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Benjamin.
Yes, good evening, council and staff. Thank you for the chance to speak to you on this item. I provided a memo that the Councilmember Brownstone mentioned. And I want to be clear that I'm speaking tonight to the process rather than to the substance or merits of the project. I'm also speaking as an individual, although I am a member of the Planning Commission. I do not represent the position of the commission in any way. My concern tonight is, as the city attorney mentioned, that a decision like this is a matter of first impression. And as I outlined in my memo or my letter, I think that there are a number of citations that make it clear that the municipal code has memorialized the city council's commitment to direct the Planning Commission to serve, to perform the actions of the planning agency and to serve as the hearing body of first instance in these matters. We have begun that job at our first hearing on this item in December. We're prepared to complete the job at the hearing to which this has been scheduled for continuation, which is February the 8th. As I understand it, you, the City Council, if you took this project, would be able to hear the item for the first time on February 15th, 1 week later. I'm not sure that that's a good trade-off because you're going to have to spin up a lot of understanding about your zoning ordinance and your local coastal program and understand the details of this project, which is something that I think all of the former city councils have wisely delegated to your planning commission. It's not that we don't think that you're very capable or I don't think you're very capable, I do, but I think you have memorialized in your code that you want us to do that. And I think that the particular section of code that was plucked out in the memo, while it leaves the door open for that possibility, needs to address these other sections of code that I cited in my document that describe this first impression responsibility that you're being asked to consider tonight. If you really feel that it's the right thing to do, have a call-up provision, I'd suggest that you add that to the municipal code, as cities like the city of Pacifica have done, rather than approach it as a discretionary matter. None of the things that the city manager mentioned are precluded by the Planning Commission continuing its consideration of this item. And so I am a bit puzzled that those would be the reasons that would be presented as a motivation for doing so. It looks to me like even if the Planning Commission received the item on February the 8th with alternate sets of findings to approve or deny the project, your chance to work on the project on the 15th would be unaffected. And I don't know the actual funding deadline. We asked about that and it was not clear from the staff response. So I hope in your investigation of this matter, you'll be able to clarify what the deadline is and why that additional week in order to be consistent with our longstanding practice of not interrupting the Planning Commission's decision-making and simply preempting it by having it brought up to the City Council, which is how I interpret the request that's being presented tonight. I say these things with no animus towards the city manager or the public works director. I spoke with both of them extensively over the time since that meeting, and I think they understand my position. I don't feel any animus from them, but I do believe that we approach this from very different perspectives, and I think you ought to take the time to investigate the reasons and address any of the concerns in my letter that might concern you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I look forward to your deliberation.
That concludes public speakers, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public speaking and open it up to council. Are there comments from other council members?
I think we should. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councilman Jimenez has his hand up first. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to review the meeting of December, and it is reviewing the meeting in December. Today's comments and the letter from Mr. Benjamin, brings me to make a decision that I'm gonna deny that request, from the city manager. And I would like to leave this back to the Planning Commission for this project.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarbach.
I agree with Councilmember Jimenez. I think the Planning Commission has the expertise. That's why we have appointed them. And this is a complicated project. They have good input. And I see no reason that we should preempt them. If it turns out that the decision of the Planning Commission needs to be appealed, then the appeal would come to us. But I do not want us to preempt the Planning Commission in their role as Planning Commission. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brownstone.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Rarbach. Well, we still don't know what the funding deadline is, but let's just assume, for example, it's the end of February. Then, yeah, maybe we need to schedule an extra meeting as council, a special meeting just on this piece to allow the time for the Planning Commission to complete its work. And instead of just having 1 week to kind of digest it all, we give ourselves a little more time by scheduling something 2 weeks later. If in fact the funding deadline is February 28th, I don't know what it is, maybe it's March, but that gives us more time. So maybe the city manager can clarify or something what that funding deadline is. But it just really sounds like the Planning Commission did not have an opportunity to complete its work.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with the other two council members. I watched the December 14th Planning Commission meeting and was struck by what a good job they have done in evaluating the project. It's a very complicated project, and staff has put a tremendous amount of work into coming up with a plan which is attempting to solve 3 or 4 problems all at the same time. It's attempting to solve bicycle access, pedestrian access, traffic slowing, runoff, water issues. There are so many different parts to it that I don't feel it's my job as a council member to be reviewing a plan without the Planning Commission having had a chance to really review the revisions that staff is currently making to the plan. I think there are so many good things about the plan. There's so much value in it. And I think the Planning Commission realized that as well. I think they're very positive about large parts of it. But their questions were intelligent, they were informed, and they were concerned with all of the issues that the staff had attempted to deal with and solve. And somehow it hasn't come out to be a project which seems to be workable for several different reasons. And I won't get into them. That all came out of the Planning Commission meeting. So I would concur with the rest of council that we deny this request by city staff and allow the project to continue its review with the Planning Commission. I also would like to say that I'd be happy to attend more than one special meeting if we are talking about deadlines which are going to impact the ability to get a grant. I think the perception that the city council overrode the Planning Commission is a bad one. And I don't think it bodes well for our future relationships with commissioners that we appoint to do a very important job that we're not capable of doing ourselves, and we don't wish to take on. So I'd like to keep things rolling and have the staff continue with the revisions, get them as quickly as they can to the Planning Commission. Hopefully the Planning Commission will work as quickly as possible because the grant money is essential for this project. And if it's not done on time, the project and 4 years of work on the part of city staff goes out the window. So I'm hoping that won't happen. But I do concur with the rest of council.
Vice Mayor, I'm happy to try to take a whack at the timing issue if there's a desire. Although
that'd be great.
I think the council's spoken, and we can even move this forward and call it a night if you wish to. I'll leave it your call.
You're muted, Deborah.
I would like to hear something about the timing anyway.
Sure. So, this is one of those, and, I'm sure there'll be those who will say this is bureaucratic double talk. The answer is that in some ways, I wish we had an absolute deadline because it would be easy to say. We have continued to speak both at the commission and here at the council on an issue of time is of the essence. We basically were obligated and should have had a project ready and delivered prior to this point. What we understand from our funders is that they are willing to consider additional time or not to call the money immediately. But the issue is not just about getting to the CDP that we're talking about with this permit issue, but also getting to the point of a bid and financed project. So that's the issue we're dealing with, which is that we are technically overdue for delivery of this, meaning we should have had a bid project and we're not there. Now that, there's a lot of reasons behind that, and I'll own responsibility as much as anything and anyone on that front. But time is of the essence, but we have spoken to the funders. We've spoken to also our partners at CCAG, and everybody seems to be supportive of trying to keep this grant money alive, but it means we have to continue to move forward. So the February date, we will proceed with that. I think it makes sense, and the city manager will certainly talk about it, bringing back probably on the 15th a conversation about the financing piece to this. So I think they'll go hand in glove basically between the 8th and the 15th, and we'll move forward. The one thing that I will say that makes this unique just in general is that at the commission, because of the unique conflicts issue, our project, unlike any other project that comes to the Planning Commission, has to have a 3-0 vote, meaning 100% vote on the project. So that I think there was a reason for the city manager's deferral up, and I think it's important just to understand that you're usually looking at a 3-2 is an affirming vote. You normally don't have a project that requires unanimous decision in this country, and our municipal code doesn't require unanimous decisions. As many of your actions tonight show, you don't have unanimous decisions always and everything. And so that compounded the issue, and I think is a reason for consideration and some deference to the decision to bring this forward. So. And I'll quit at that, but I just want to put that on the table as to one of the reasons why I think it's important that we were there.
We do appreciate the work that our city manager and you have done on trying to get this project moving in the right direction and being creative and trying to come up with ways to do it. I'm sorry we couldn't agree with the proposal, but
if I could say, I think the commission and the community are going to be pleased with revisions that are coming forward. And we were not, this was not an attempt to usurp or change or not meet the commitments or the desires of the community. But so I think the commission, I think the council will be thrilled with what comes forward. We've listened, we've heard, and we're making revisions. So.
Understood. Thank you. What do we take action?
Well, I think we've given direction. I just wanted to say, being that time is still of the essence, if as a council, I remember when we told Jill when she was focusing on the LCP, if there's something we need to take off, the plate of staff, Bob, to put as much energy into this, because, Poplar is a gateway community to our city-owned beach. It's a very important project to the people who live here. It's important to the city, and we want to get it right. And if there's time contingencies and things that, some priorities need to be shifted a little bit, let us know and, make sure we clear the path. And as Vice Mayor Penrose said, if we need to meet a special extra meeting, put the time in, we'll do that. So just want to say that.
Through the Vice Mayor, thank you for that comment, Councilmember Brownstone. We have the resources on our end to keep the project moving. So appreciate that, though.
And do we need to take action, or is this?
I think staff has direction on this from council. I see John and Bob nodding their heads, so I think it's the staff direction is there. Thank you.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else on the agenda. Am I correct?
That's it.
I don't have it in front of me. Okay, then I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all.
Great job.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Recording stopped.